Howdy, folks, and welcome back into Municipal Stadium here in Waterbury, Connecticut for what is Game 5 in our second elimination game here in the CACC baseball tournament. Max Stapleton to my right, Cody Shalfie here on the play-by-play, giving you the scene here. And what's turned into a little bit of a dreary day was picturesque coming in the ballpark around 10, 11 o'clock. The clouds have come overhead, and again, an elimination game here on day 2. Felician lost the first game of our tournament, battled back in our finale of last night around midnight, ended up picking up a win and keeping their season alive. Goldey-Beacom, who actually came back in their first game, ended up getting into the winner's bracket, just got taken down by number 1 seed Wilmington. A day where they gave up 5 errors and now 9 total in the tournament for the Lightning, looking to turn things around as the number 2 seed. For Felician, they're a hot team. They've won 14 of the last 17, 14 of the last 18, around that mark, including their tournament play today. And they have Luis de la Cruz, Jose David Medrano, Hayden Walters, who have been rock solid and red hot for the Golden Falcons. And Max, obviously, I think the obvious answer is what did these two, or the obvious question here is what do these two teams have to do to keep their season alive? We'll start with Felician. They're throwing Chris Laeta, who hasn't thrown in a while.
Yeah, neither of these pitchers have really thrown in a while for both of the sides, and both of them are fairly young as well. So certainly an X factor coming into this game is going to be the starting pitching, and which one can outperform the other in the highest of stakes so far this season. But I'm actually going to say the biggest X factor for both sides coming into this game is going to be the bullpens. The bullpens have really struggled so far throughout the first couple of games from the second round on in this tournament. Both of these teams have had comeback attempts and have felt comebacks from the other side so far. We know one thing going into this game, the score is not going to stay stable throughout. So it's going to come down to the bullpens towards the end of the game, almost certainly. It's really going to be a matter of which bullpen can outperform the other. That team is likely to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, Felician's biggest bullpen weapon, Andrew Gendy, went quite the distance, over 60 pitches last night in an incredible performance that included 8 strikeouts and kept his team in it, again, against Jefferson, who was our first team bounced from the tournament. One team will go home, one team we will see tomorrow. Let's meet the lineups here for Felician. Hayden Walters at third base, as always, leads us off. Jose David Medrano in left field will bat second. Luis de la Cruz, again, red hot is an understatement how well he swung the bat and played defense behind the plate. He will catch for his third straight game. Rocco Bresniak in right field. Bryce Curry bats fifth as your DH. Matthew Skrivanik, who has flashed the leather at short and has also produced some timely hits, bats sixth. Braden Walsh at first base, Ernesto Polanco at second, and Matt Murphy in center field are going to round it up against George Starr and the Lightning defense.
Yeah, so in the field, for the Lightning from left to right in the outfield, it'll be Roman Keith in left, Trey Mason, who has been stellar in center so far this tournament, in center, and Caden Barmer patrolling the waters in right. Williams at the hot corner, Neris Jr. at short, Bobby Stewart at second, Jake Macy at first. It's Joey Current behind the plate, battery mates, of course, with George Starr towing the bump.
Yeah, 5.31 ERA for the sophomore, CACC pitcher and rookie of the week under his belt already in his career. 2-5 record, has started in all 12 appearances now, including this one here. 57 2/3 innings, a .303 batting average against, 40 runs, 34 earned, 43 strikeouts, 7 home runs given up.
The big thing for George Starr, and big thing for both of these starting pitchers today, neither one of them has pitched in over a week. Last start for Starr was on the 25th of April. It was actually here at Municipal Stadium against Post University. It was a pretty good start. 7 innings of 2-run ball, 6 strikeouts, 1 double. He did hit 3 batters along the way, but didn't give up another free pass other than those. So good and bad, but really mostly good in that last start for George Starr. Needs to follow it up today if he wants to give his team any hope of staying alive in this tournament.
Yeah, he's gone at least 4 innings in each appearance here this season, and that consistency in a game like this, especially where the bullpen is going to be pretty important, I think they need at least 4, 5, 6 from him. And we've seen every starter kind of get pushed a little bit Maybe a little bit too far at times. Today it's been a little bit better with the two starters we've seen, but yesterday especially you've had some guys throw a bunch of pitches.
And you've had both starters even today go more than 5 pitches. Corey Williams earlier this afternoon, or really this morning I should say, for Goldey-Beacom, went 6 innings, gave up 7 runs, but only 2 of them were earned. You want to talk about a key to the game? These are 2 tired teams. As you said, Felician played till midnight last night. Goldey-Beacom just came off a game earlier today. Play clean baseball, and that might be the only thing you need to do to win this game.
Let's see if they can do it again. 9 errors combined through the 18 innings Goldey-Beacom has played. And Hayden Walters will do us the honors. The first pitch is low for ball 1. And Goldey-Beacom deciding not to opt for the outfit change. They're staying in their grays, and Felician are wearing outfits for sure. The yellow top with the green pants. They're going to square around but pull it back is Walters. It's definitely a look.
Yeah, Walters just continuing to have a good tournament as of last night and earlier in the day, and we talked about it. It feels like when he swings well, the rest of the team swings well.
He's gotten going later in games, multi-hit games in each of the last 2, both I think starting in the 6th or 7th inning and picking up a couple of hits beyond that point. And like you said, when they've had their runs, it started with Walters getting on base via a single or something like that along those lines.
Started off both games 0 for 3, then found a way to reach base in his final 2 at-bats in both games.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Walters going with the themed bat as well, yellow to match the jersey.
Color-coordinated king for sure. That's outside and just outside. Star from Franklinville, New Jersey. And 7 home runs given up. Muni, not a place that gives up home runs often. We've seen, I think, 2 or 3. And that one is left high, and they will lose Walters, ball 4.
Yeah, not the man you want to lose as well. Came into this tournament with 23 stolen bases, the 10th most in the conference, and a really good at-bat in an elimination game from the veteran third baseman, falling behind 1-2, working it full, and ended up getting the easy walk on the last pitch.
Jose David Medrano will be our next bat. He had a couple of walks in Game 2, the win against Jefferson, and also a really nice grab in left field in one of these games. And had a couple of singles in Game 1, however, striking out 3 times in that one, while punching out for the 4th time in that total day once against Jefferson. So definitely some volatility in the bat.
This is going to be a pretty big key for George Starr, just limiting the free passes. Already 1 given up in this game. Pretty good walk-to-strikeout ratio on the season, but you know that leadoff walks almost always lead to bad things.
He's going to pause a bit and get Walters off this game, and a little bit outside, but pulled back in for a strike, and 2 strikes on Medrano, and trying to avoid his 5th strikeout of the extended weekend. First team All-CACC listed as a catcher, but has played the corner outfields most of the season with De La Cruz doing such a tremendous job behind the dish.
Medrano played well in Game 1, went 2 for 5, but as you mentioned, just a little bit slower. Still found ways to be productive, a couple of walks, reached base on an error, but no hits in Game 2 for him.
Extra little hop on the secondary lead for Walters. Fouled back straight. Again, Medrano born in Dominican Republic, grew up in New Jersey, but has his high school ball listed in Florida. Was all everything there, all-star, all-district, all-America, you name it, he probably did it. And in his senior campaign, batting .333, reaches out, pokes this to right field. On it is Barmer, and retreating back. This is actually going to be a tough play. And close as Walters comes all the way back. It's going to go down as just a F9, but it was almost double up Walters, who were slow to get back.
pretty decent piece of hitting, too, from Medrano there. Really good pitch from George Starr, low and away. Not a whole lot you can do, but Medrano gave it a bit of a ride and made it tough out there for Caden Barmer, that's for sure.
Also, for the first time, we've had some weather into the equation as the rain's starting to fall here.
Oh,
we
yeah.
mentioned it that it might have got us earlier in our broadcast, as that's also pushing up some dust, so Walters is trying to get it out of his eyes, but we've avoided it and evaded it so far, but now, again, I don't think it's going to be too detrimental to us. Maybe just a light passing is what our weather apps have been saying. But either way, a new obstacle for everyone to get through. De La Cruz up for the first time. Slow but a strike.
This is a pretty big set-the-tone at-bat for both sides. This is one of the pitchers you trust a lot if you're Goldey-Beacom, and this is the guy you want up at the plate in a big spot in Luis De La Cruz. So huge battle here, at least it should be, between these two studs.
De La Cruz, probably the hottest hitter that we've seen in this tournament, has reached in each of his last 7 plate appearances. One of those was via an error, but got on base either way. Did strike out twice in game 1, but booked in that with a single, so a couple 3-hit days for him. Right field going back is Barmer. He's going to settle down right against the wall. And again, gave it a ride, but another just F9.
I'm like debating putting that down as an L9 almost in my book because it was that hard hit. I mean, Luis De La Cruz, again, giving it a ride, going the opposite way. Just a smooth swing as well. But ultimately, Caden Barmer, he's been busy out there.
And you can tell how locked in De La Cruz is. It's a hard hit the opposite field. That's the telltale sign of a hitter that's just going up there and swinging a good bat. Marco Bresniak wanted to add himself to that consideration as well with a hack there. 331 hitter coming into play today. An equal amount of walks and strikeouts, both sitting at 17 total.
Impressive.
Check on Walters. A decent throw over there.
Especially when you have such a big swing like the one we just saw, to be able to be disciplined to match your walk and strikeout total, very, very impressive at the plate.
Jake Macy at first base, like you mentioned earlier. Walters is taking off. Current, we've seen him have a real good arm, and it's perfectly in there. I actually think it hopped in and got Walters on the noggin. So we'll take time for just a second here.
It was either the ball that got him on the throw, or it might have been Jamie Neris trying to slap him on the tag. Of course, totally incidental, no matter which way it went, but never feels good.
Yeah, between the dirt in the eye and the baseball to the nose.
It's been a tough inning.
Yeah. This is why he's been saving all his damage to later in the innings, once everyone's warmed up and ready to go.
Who says baseball isn't a contact sport?
There's one time I actually broke a kid's nose. It was Little League. We had already clinched the playoffs, and Coach was like, all right, who wants to play whatever position? I caught for 2 innings, and as a very tubby, fifth grader, slow getting to the ball, but I picked up and fired, and one-hopped the kid right. Well, to be fair, he did slide with his face facing the infield. You never do that, so true. I kind of told him it was his fault. It was very funny. In high school, we ended up meeting I think we might have a balk warning. Balk potentially, yeah. Or at least a warning. And Starr immediately was like, what is the charge here? And this is the umpire that was behind the plate for game 1.
Personally, I didn't even see it. The only thing I can think that might have happened was that he started to get set, maybe put his foot on the rubber and then took it off without fully going into his motion. But balks are always the trickiest thing to call, both for an umpire, broadcaster, even for the pitchers. I think they get confused on it often.
I don't think anyone knows what the actual rule is. I think that's the thing. I've heard interviews where umpires like, I really don't know the rule, which is always fun. So we'll see what this is. Officially a stolen base for Walters. He stays in the game because he's a champion. He's a tough cookie for sure. 2 outs in the inning. Bresniak trying to drive in the speedy third baseman from second. But we'll see if he's going to be at third base here. Pretty lengthy discussion between the
no kidding
umpires here.
And they're going to give him the
balk.
balk.
Yeah, it's going to be a balk. Not often do you get to write BK in the scorebook.
Wow.
And Starr is upset, and he's going to try to plead his case. Head coach Riley coming out here. Tom Riley, 238 victories in his career. 4-time NCAA berths. He's took over when this program got reinstated in 2017. Has been the man at the mantle ever since. And he's going to have this conversation. I'm not sure if it's going to change any minds, but definitely going to get his 2 cents in.
I'll guarantee you it's not going to change any minds because they already had the conference. So once they already meet, and it wasn't a reversal of the original call. It was just a discussion about the original call, but nothing's going to change here. So Tom Riley more so just wants to get his point across for future notice. It does seem to be a relatively cordial conversation. It's not animated, or at least too animated, as I say that.
He heard you, figured he'd help you out. Starr's going to play some catch with his infielders. Naris keeps him nice and warm. So, again, no decisions will be reversed. So a stolen base, and then Walters will head over to third with a balk. And then here is Bresniak with just 90 feet away. A base hit will bring in the run pretty much any way you slice it or dice it. 1-1 count, 2 outs. On the ground, Naris going to field it on the backhand. Strong throw across the diamonds and well in time.
George Starr's pumped up, screaming as he walks back to the dugout.
And that will do it. Naris, who got some DH at-bats in Game 1, back to the field for Game 2. Looks like the right decision. Back for the bottom of the first inning, as it will be the Goldey-Beacom Lightning getting their first chance at things. And in between innings, still a conversation for Coach Riley and the umpires, but we are back ready to go. And here's the lineup for the Lightning. It's Caden Barmer, the hero of Game 2 in right field, and Bobby Stewart, the 40-for-40 man on the base paths. He plays second base, bats second. Jamie Naris Jr., the shortstop, will bat third. Roman Keith, left field, adventure for him in defensively. We'll see if he can pick it up with the bat here, batting fourth. Zach Smethers, the DH. Jake Macy, the 1,000-plus OPS first baseman, picks up the sixth spot. Brent Williams at third base. Joey Currit, the catcher, and Trey Mason, ever so nice in the field, will bat ninth.
Giving you the defense for the Golden Falcons. It's Jose David Medrano in left, Matt Murphy in center, and Rocco Bresniak patrolling the waters in right. Hayden Walters is at the hot corner. Matthew Skrivanik, the shortstop. Ernesto Polanco at second, while Braden Walsh is at first. Behind the plate, it's Luis De La Cruz. He has been spectacular so far this tournament. Battery mates, of course, with Chris Laeta.
Left-handed freshman Chris Laeta, who has not gone over 3 1/3 innings in any appearance he's had since a 5 2/3 inning workload against Bridgeport on the 25th of March. Since then, 3 1/3, the farthest he's gone, and only one outing he hasn't given up at least an earned run since that time. Hasn't pitched since the 28th. Like we mentioned, both of these teams have thrown starters that haven't really gone recently. A 4.73 ERA, a 1.92 in WHIP, 3-0 record. This is going to be his 13th appearance and 8th start. 32 1/3 innings for Laeta, and we'll see what we can get from him. The big one, 36 walks in 32 1/3.
almost as many walks as strikeouts, which does not look nearly as good when you're a pitcher than a hitter.
Well, if he fills up the zone like that, I think he's going to be having a good day. That's kind of been what's worked for pitchers. If you're going to get ahead early and pump the strike zone.
I think it's really important as well for Laeta to try to get off to a good start here. You'll only get one lefty-lefty matchup in the starting 9 for Goldey-Beacom, and it's the first batter he'll face today.
It's always good to get that first batter done. Laeta will miss low.
Already you're seeing some of the control issues come into play. First 3 pitches, none of them have found the strike zone yet.
3-0 the count, not 2-1 like I had alluded to earlier. Nope, it is 2-1. Excuse me. I was right.
Scoreboard is always wrong.
No, we've already talked about this. 2-1 the count, so that first pitch was a strike. This one a ball, and now my scorecard does look good again. Barmer 330, a freshman as well. I feel like that's kind of gone under the radar of how well he's been. So Goldey-Beacom getting the most out of their freshmen out of any team in the tournament so far.
Yeah, safe to say that. Of course, Barmer the walk-off hero in the first game here in the second round that Goldey-Beacom played. A bit of a tougher game earlier today. 0 for 3.
Actually, the only listed senior in their entire top 18 at-bat getters is current. Everybody else, mostly sophomores, and then you have Trey Mason and Bobby Stewart as juniors. So a team that, how good they are right now, you can only imagine how good they're going to be in a year or two.
Yeah, no kidding.
Definitely a team to invest in, and here is Stewart, the junior, who, like we mentioned, 40 for 40 stealing bags, took third base in Game 1.
Now for both pitchers in this game, leadoff walk to start off their afternoons. Felician wasn't able to take advantage offensively. Let's see if Goldey-Beacom can.
Chopper's going to hit off of Stewart, so call it dead as the sun decides to make an appearance. You'd like to think that this is a game where the leash is going to be shorter, but we've been wrong about that basically every time we've said that. So you really don't know until you know, but I would venture to guess that of all of the games we've seen, this is the one where the bullpen might come into effect earlier than the other games. Tossover is almost wild. Walsh is there to keep it from getting any worse than it is.
Stewart looking to extend, by the way, a 6-game hitting streak into 7.
0-1 in dirt.
Had a couple of base knocks earlier to turn it into 6 games, including a 2 RBI single in the 6th inning that, at the time, was a huge hit and felt like it would go a long way towards the Goldey-Beacom victory, but baseball can change in a millisecond.
And it has basically every opportunity that it has had. What's in there? 2 strikes for the second straight batter. This one a little more efficient to get there. Yeah, every single game has had a twist, has had a turn. I think the only team to have the lead early and keep it was Wilmington in Game 1. I think every other game the lead has changed late, and that team has come from behind and won. That one scoots away, but not a good read by Barmer, so he will stay put at first base.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And even in that first game of that second round, Felician gave Wilmington all they could handle, came within 1 run towards the end of it, and gave the pitcher of the year a good run for his money.
Yeah, real close towards the end. Each game has been down to the wire. Swing and a miss, big punch out as Stewart goes down with the slider.
You could see the dichotomy of Chris Laeta and those 2 at-bats. I mean, that was a nasty breaking ball. You got one of the better hitters in the entire conference, and Bobby Stewart to swing directly over the top of it. I mean, some really good stuff out of the left hand of Laeta.
It's a matchup I'm excited for. Jimmy Naris Jr. have sung his praises through all now 5 of our broadcasts. He's a guy who is electric to watch, and how Laeta faces him, I think, would be quite interesting.
It's also one of the first times we've seen Naris go up against a left-handed pitcher, if only once before this tournament, I believe. So, interesting to see if he has some success against the southpaw.
I'm going to check over for what seems like the 3rd or 4th time.
Just feels like you're waiting for Naris to explode in one of these games.
I've been alluding to it a lot, and I think this could be the one. I'm sure everyone rooting for Goldey-Beacom hopes it's the one. Again, elimination game here on Friday. Is that going to running and hit him? It will. So a walk, a strikeout, and a hit by pitch. And as advertised, Laeta, who hasn't pitched in a while and had control issues anyway, going to put 2 on via the walk and then the hit by pitch. Roman Keith, the left fielder, steps in. A great bat, hitting over 306. Again, coming into play today, some of these numbers that we call out haven't taken into account the game already played today, but they are up to date as of all the games from last night. So do take the numbers with a grain of salt, but they aren't going to deviate too far from this regardless of what's going on. First pitch to him, ball 1. Outside part of the plate. It's been a spot to go to for umpires in the past, but not here, at least this time.
You were talking earlier about the future of this Goldey-Beacom team. I mean, yeah, Roman Keith is a sophomore, but he only got 4 games and 1 at-bat last season. So for him to be hitting 306 in what is basically his rookie season, really impressive.
Yeah. Second team all-conference as well. And what, again, you said it's pretty much his first season. No throw over to third base as the pitch low was blocked by De La Cruz, who's done a good job behind the dish, but a much better read by Barmer as he scoots into third base on the wild pitch. Staying put is Naris, who did not get as well of a read.
Yeah, really impressive, because on the first one, earlier in the inning, I thought he totally should have taken second. On that one, I wasn't sure about it, but he had a great jump on that ball in the dirt.
Naris literally retreating back. Again, with the lefties, you got to wait. Naris does get a nice little lead. 3-1 is your count. 1 out, runners on the corners. And they'll walk his second batter. So the bases are loaded and already a conference upcoming as we already have action in the bullpen. Again, it's do or die time for both of these teams. You cannot leave any meat on the bone. You cannot leave any stone unturned.
Especially for Felician, who just doesn't want to go 0-4 in this tournament. You're trying to battle for seeding in the regional NCAA tournament coming up soon, and an 0-2 against some of the better competition in your conference would not look good. So, yeah, I think it's going to be, at least if I were the head coach, I would have it be a short leash, I should say. But of course, there's a reason I'm not.
John Cooley, your pitching coach, talking with Laeta. He will go back. And Chris Langen, 23 seasons, 587 wins. Went to the College World Series a season ago. Regional Coach of the Year. So many accolades that have built up. Was an assistant coach for a couple of years before taking over, so really 25 years with the program. Ooh. First pitch swinging. This one is high. Not too terribly deep. The runners will tag, and they're going to go into third base. Keith on the back end will take second, and an RBI sac fly for Zach Smethers. He gets Goldey-Beacom on the board first in Game 5.
Yeah, just a good approach at the plate for Smethers. Know what you were looking for. Wanted a ball up in the zone. All you had to do was hit it in the air deep enough to score 1. Didn't waste any time. First pitch swinging, and immediately was able to drive it out to right.
Great job by the runners also tagging up. Keith started over to second base, retreated back, but saw the throw coming into third and took second on the back end, so smart base running by the sophomore. Jake Macy did not get a plate appearance in this previous game we had today. Will get the start here. This one is tattooed. If it's not gone, it's going to drop for extra bases, and it will. That's going to clear them. 2-run score and a double by Macy. Introduces himself to Friday with a bang.
Once again, it's an aggressive approach at the plate for Goldey-Beacom. Macy knew what type of pitch he wanted to hit and did not miss it on the first one of the at-bat. Another player for Goldey-Beacom going the opposite way as well has been really impressive, their approach to right field for righties, left for lefties. And, it's worked out well in the first inning here.
And up to a big lead. The first hit, and already 3 runs have come across to score. Walk, strikeout, hit by pitch, walk, sacrifice, fly, and then that double. Breaks off a breaking ball, and Brent Williams will watch it for ball 1.
Think about just doing the little things right for Goldey-Beacom throughout this inning. As you mentioned, it's a walk, a hit by pitch, a walk, but then a sacrifice fly, and finally you get the blast to knock in a couple of runs. But it's mostly been just the small ball type of mentality that's gotten Goldey-Beacom out to a 3-run lead.
Business management major is Williams. The one thing impressively we saw from them is they kept putting runs on the board. Yeah. It wasn't just a flash in the pan here in one of the innings against Wilmington and then nothing. They were putting up runs in 4 or 5 different innings. And that's something we really haven't seen from teams until we got to later, obviously, in a lot of these games. So this is an offense that's already played, has already kind of got their live swings in, and that could potentially help them out here. And that is outside a 4-pitch walk, and I don't see how you can get Laeta face many more batters.
Yeah, it's just been a struggle here for Laeta in this opening frame. You'd love to see him get this third out of the inning, but it's ever so elusive. You don't know how far behind you want to fall if you're Felician here.
Joey Current, step in. He's been clutch. He had a big double that set up the walk-off home run in Game 2 of our tournament so far. Cody Shalfu, Max Stapleton here with you from Waterbury, Connecticut on the CACC network. We appreciate you for joining us, whether this is Game 1 you've seen or you've been with us for all 5. We appreciate you. Current trying to make it 6-0 and comes up empty.
Huge pitch coming up here for Chris Laeta. You do have a couple of balls to work with. I would like to see one out of the strike zone, see if you can get another swing and a miss, but you got to limit the damage here.
Laeta will miss inside. A good place to miss. So 0-2 runs 1-2. 2 out still with a runner in second base and another runner at first. And that's that slider that's worked well for him. He does finish the inning with 2 Ks, but it was very bumpy for him. And Felician, no stranger to the comeback, but they do put themselves in a hole yet again to begin the game. what I was asking. So here we go. We're all having fun. In the second inning, Bryce Curry, the designated hitter, will lead us off. Skrvanek and Walsh due up after him. And nothing Goldey-Beacom would love more than a nice 0 here from George Starr.
No kidding. And Starr was really fired up after getting out of a slight jam in the top of the first, looking to keep that momentum here in the second.
Outside for ball 2. Again, we've already seen some commotion in the bullpen for Felician. Goldey-Beacom has not had to press any buttons over there quite yet, and hopefully they won't, or in their case, hopefully they won't have to do that for quite some time. Breaker in there for a strike. Curry, his 4th different institution playing baseball at. As he's out in front, pops this one to shallow center field. Racing in is Mason, or jaunting in is Mason, and he will make the catch. Curry, Frostburg, Frederick Community College, and Hofstra he's been to before coming here. Matt Skrvanek, he's also bounced around Monmouth and Bergen Community College from Tinton Falls, New Jersey. 5 home runs, 11 doubles.
This is going to be a pretty big at-bat for Felician as well. Skrvanek certainly has the potential to be a real presence at the plate with a .296 average coming into this tournament, but he's only 1 for 8 so far since arriving in Waterbury. So, although that one hit was pretty timely yesterday, still looking for a bit more out of your shortstop, I would think.
On the hands and flicks it back. Had some good games in the postseason series against Post before getting here to championship weekend. And like you mentioned, looking for that one big hit. He's made plenty of good plays in the field.
Oh, yeah.
Stays alive there.
And certainly when you're talking about center field, shortstop, catchers, you can live with just a sheer fielding type of player, but you know that Skrvanek's got the potential to do more with the bat in his hand. So,
seems like they like what they've seen from him, moving him up despite the results not exactly being there so far. Skrvanek was pinch hit for after going 0 for 3 in our final game of yesterday. Stays alive again. And Skrvanek did have the double, like you mentioned, with their RBI, but 0 for 3 with a couple punchies around that double.
Pretty good battle here, however. This will be number 6 of the at-bat.
2-2 offering again. Did he check? Yes, he did.
And you could hear the Goldey-Beacom bench back in Wilmington and what they thought of that call.
Yeah, there's some groans galore, but Golden Falcons, another lease on life here. 3-2 is well outside, and he works the count back and then is awarded first base. A one-out walk for Skrvanek and the Golden Falcons brings up Braden Walsh.
Really good at bat from Skrvanek. Just fell behind, but worked it back even, got it to a full count, and eventually just fouled off a couple of pitches. And in the 7th pitch of the at-bat, he finds himself on first via the free pass. Second one already for Starr.
Just 4 extra base hits for Walsh all season, but he's dipped his toes in each variety of those. A home run, a triple, and a pair of doubles. The cybersecurity major. And more walks than strikeouts, 17-15 in those categories. Skrvanek, he can move, but has got caught 4 times. He's 6 for 10 stealing.
And late last night, Braden Walsh, he had a really good game in the elimination game for Felician. Went 2 for 4, walk and RBI, stole a bag.
Outside is, well, outside. putting the ball in play is just something you got to do for the Golden Falcons. You've seen the Lightning boot the ball around the last 2 days. You got to make them prove to you that they're done doing that. Chopper to short. Naris is going to go to second for one. A return throw to first base, not in time. Umpire looked like he was gearing up to punch him out. Faked everybody out, and Stewart barely misses the double play by maybe a quarter of a step.
Well, right on cue. Braden Walsh puts a ball in play, but it was nicely turned by Jamie Naris Jr. Was hit a little too slowly to get to from the very start. And again, good hustle from Braden Walsh to make sure of that. But, man, pretty good fielding from Goldey-Beacom after a lackluster performance earlier today. It's a nice start to their fielding day.
Walsh has some wheels, 10 stolen bases, and Polanco. And stolen bases doesn't automatically mean that you're a fast runner. Ask Josh Naylor about that, Juan Soto about that. Those guys stole almost 40 bags last season, and I think because of the new rules that kind of give stolen bases a little bit more promise, as this is going to most likely end the inning out in right field, and Barmer is there. I'll put a pin in the conversation. We'll come back to that at some point, I'm sure. A walk in an almost double play as Goldey-Beacom allows 4 to come to the plate, and that's about that. And another donut for the Felician offense that's been red hot. Laeta still out there trying to get another inning of work under his belt. So like we mentioned, going into the break, Laeta still out there, definitely a decision, and we'll see if it pays off. But we were kind of speculating that might have been his only outing. Really didn't have much room for error. But like we said, we've seen all the coaches in this tournament push their starters maybe a little bit more than we would be comfortable doing.
Yeah, and I think you have to when you're talking about, over the course of 7 games, potentially in 3 days. So you don't necessarily want to keep on dipping into the bullpen too early and really tax your relievers. At the same time, while it might not be the end of the season, it could be the end of the season should they lose today, so you can't play it too safe.
Chopper over to second base. Polanco gloves it. He moved around a little bit in our nightcap yesterday, and he's primarily at second base. 4-3 put out in the scorebooks for those keeping track at home. And Barmer, who led off Goldey-Beacom's offensive day here in Game 2 with a walk, ended up scoring after a wild pitch got him to third base, and a sacrifice fly from Smethers brought him home. Laeta's ditching the wristband, the pitch-calling wristband. I don't know if it broke or it's just bothering him. Either way, they're going to go old school and go signage. I kind of miss the signs with the pitch-comm era.
Something nostalgic about this now.
It's a pitch from my childhood that sweeps across the plate and catches the outside edge.
That was a really good looking, just outside corner slider there.
Lost art, catchers calling games. It's still prevalent in the major leagues, but you hear rumblings of kind of how they call in the high divisions. And even here in all college balls, that's flicked foul. Or it's usually the pitching coach or somebody relaying those signs to what you call kind of akin to Little League. And there are rumblings that couldn't come up to the major leagues, and catchers and pitchers kind of calling their own games kind of might die. And I think that's such a valuable skill to have, and I would hate for that part of the game to get washed out.
Yeah, the first person that comes to mind is Tony Vitello when you think of that, and just how he has a college background going to the majors.
Backwards K for the third of the day. He's gotten his strikeout stuff going. We have seen he does have over a 9 K per 9, but over a 9 walks per 9 as well.
And maybe this could be a really good bounce-back inning for Chris Laeta. Already got the first 2 batters out, and he seemed to settle down with his control here in the second. He gave up 2 walks, actually 3 walks, and a hit batsman in that first. So to see him get 2 quick outs, got to be very relieving for Felician fans.
Stewart, his first punch-out victim, is going to go first pitch swinging to Polanco. It eats him up through the wickets, and that's going to be an error on Ernesto Polanco. And Stewart, the beneficiary of some poor fielding from someone else for a change.
Yeah, first error on either side in this one, and allows the inning to continue. And when you're down 3-0 in this game, you just cannot afford to have that if you're Felician, especially for Laeta, who just thought he got through a very quick 1-2-3 inning. I mean, that's a bit heartbreaking for the starter out there.
Yeah, definitely the point I would break up. You just saw a guy struggle through 8 batters, give up 3 hits. He had a 1-2-3 inning on a platter. And Neris, he's also first pitch swinging, and every pitch he thinks he can send to Mars, especially if it's inside. But, yeah, that's heartbreaking for Laeta, who has the defense let him down. Hopefully it doesn't snowball.
Yeah, you just 1 out away still from going right back into the dugout, but it's a hard thing to reset from sometimes, especially when you think you have that third one. And on your Jamie Neris point, I also think he might be able to hit one to Mars every single time he swings at that. I mean, it is a smooth swing as well. And, one of the adjectives that comes to mind is vicious. I mean, he just turns through the baseball. If he can make contact, it'll go through a long way, but it's about making contact.
It's a violent, wrenching swing, but it looks smooth. It's weird.
Yeah, right? It's like a righty, and I don't want to toot his horn too much, but it's like a righty Bryce Harper swing. That's what comes to mind when you think of Bryce Harper.
A little bit. Not a bad comparison to make. I'm sure he'll take it. Just 1 hit in the ball game. That was the double by Macy. Other than that, a lot of free passes, a couple from each side so far. And then obviously Stewart on first base via the error. 1-1. It runs to Neris Jr.
Another thing that can sometimes help pitchers reset is that run will not count towards his ERA, but it's not really about that in games like this. It's about wanting to advance.
Yeah. That's outside. He's been nibbling around. The last 2 pitches were close, but not close enough.
He really wanted that. Luis De La Cruz really wanted that pitch behind the plate as well. I mean, he framed it well. Close call.
De La Cruz has stolen some strikes over his time so far. Caught both games of that doubleheader that Felician played yesterday. Into center field, and with the shift on, it almost gets over the head of Murphy, but he's able to range over and make the play. We've seen that big shift on Neris before. Almost finds the gap, but great patrolling center field goes Murphy. as the last warm-up pitch is thrown before they shoot it down to second base. Thanks for joining us here. Max Stapleton to my right and Cody Shalfu here bringing you the play-by-play here from Waterbury, Connecticut Municipal Stadium, the host of this year's CACC Baseball Championship. We are through 2 full innings, no hits for the Golden Falcons so far against Goldey-Beacom Lightning. An elimination game. The winner will see you tomorrow. The loser will see you next year. But a lot of these teams, like we said, 4 teams here this weekend all made the NCAA tournament last year. I believe 2 of those hosted, or at least Wilmington did. This is shot the other way, and great play by Roman Keith. And that will be the first time through the lineup with just 2 base runners for Star.
That's a really good point, Cody. And, all 4 of these teams, they're ranked 4 through 7 respectively in the East Regional rankings coming into this week in the NCAA. While that likely means that all 4 of them are going to make, the regional round of the tournament, nothing is guaranteed, especially for Felician, who might go 0-2 if this result holds.
Only to pull it back, and Walters, who walked, got all the way to third base. It was a stolen base that he had a real rough first inning. He got to first base on the walk, and then some dirt in the eye had to pause the game. Stole second base, but then got plunked with the baseball on its way over. Reached third after a balk, and now is going to rope one through the right side. A dive by Macy, but can't come up with it, and a single for Walters. His hot day at the plate, carrying over from the nightcap, continues.
Yeah, no kidding. Already 2 times reaching base in this game, and we've seen him get off to slower starts. This time he's off to a pretty hot start in an elimination game, and that could be huge for Felician, trying to just inch their way closer. First base hit of this one can maybe get the ball rolling.
Already has a stolen base. We have seen Joey Current behind the dish. We know how good of an arm he has, a real good defensive catcher. This one smacked first pitch, and head down goes Mason. He won't get to it. Walters is steaming. The throw comes in. They're going to send the runner. The cutoff throw goes wide. A play at third base. No tag. A run comes in, and Jose David Medrano saves his best swing for when they need it most. The first or second hit for the Golden Falcons produces their first run.
And it does go down as a triple for Jose David Medrano. Could have been a double and then an E8 because, man, Trey Mason, who has been spectacular in center field today, airmailed the cutoff man. It would have been a play at the plate had he hit the cutoff man. Instead, it allowed Jose David Medrano to cruise his way into third. Again, might not go down as an error in the scorebook, but certainly Mason not feeling good about that one in center.
And if it was an error, it would have been the 10th total that Goldey-Beacom has committed. And I wouldn't be surprised they look at that and change the decision. And going at the first pitch, and the only way that's not a home run is because it was foul. And he's gone bridge over there before. De La Cruz. He has a lot of pop in that bat. And not the guy you want at the plate with a runner 90 feet away.
No kidding. Might be the right man, right spot for Felician.
And they have fought tooth and nail in all the games they've played here. Up the middle, Naris Jr. will field it. No play at the plate. And it takes him off the bag, and that's an error. The 10th officially for the Lightning as they can't get out of their own way in the field.
It's the little things, Cody. It's the little things, and this is not so little anymore. This is now a consistent issue for Goldey-Beacom over the last couple of days. And Jamie Naris, at shortstop, literally just punching the dirt in frustration right now. So you could tell it's getting to the Lightning in the field a little bit.
Giving De La Cruz a second to take off his gear and adjust. But, yeah, like you're saying, hasn't been pretty, to say the very least. And it's kept Goldey-Beacom from really taking it to their opponents. And They had that Wilmington game won pretty much. They had the big lead. The pitching was great, and it was just the defense. They kept Jefferson in that game with the poor defense. In the first one, it could easily be them who have already gone home and checked into their hotel and are watching this from their beds. But no, they're the ones here having to play a second game today because the defense just hasn't been great.
On the other side of the diamond, Felician has not once gotten down on themselves or given up hope in any of these games. We're down 3. Oh, so what?
Yeah, not the team to let hang around. Again, De La Cruz is off. A good throw by Currett, but Luis De La Cruz is now going to be up and trying for third base. The throw comes in, and that's going to be another error on the Lightning as they allow De La Cruz into third after the stolen base.
And that is 3 plays in a row where 2 of them will technically count as errors and another one might end up going down as an error. Like, that is, got to be just immensely frustrating. Not just for the Goldey-Beacom players, but also for Tom Riley in his 9th year as head coach. I'm sure he has been emphasizing this in practice a ton and just not seeing the fruits of their labor for it right now.
This is the Felician team that was selected by the coaches as the number 1 team in the preseason poll, and they're showing it here. Bresniak to right field. De La Cruz has wheels. We'll see how close this play is. It's coming in. It's on a line. It's real good. The tag. Not in time.
Oh.
No slide by De La Cruz. Definitely a choice, but Currett tried to tag him on the back. Didn't get it off in time and or just missed him. And it is a tie ball game here in the third.
Just like that. I'll tell you what, though. The no slide was because either Bryce Curry didn't signal for De La Cruz to get down or De La Cruz didn't see it. But the third base coach on Felician was not happy with Bryce Curry after that.
Also helped that Currett standing up probably was faking out the opposing catcher coming barreling towards him. That could also have been a factor. If he's sitting there waiting for an actual tag, then probably it's a slide in the head of De La Cruz. Either way, it doesn't come back to bite Felician, and they do tie it up with 3 runs, and, again, a little bit gifted at times.
Yeah, no kidding. But we've said it all throughout this tournament. If you give Felician a very minimal crack of an opportunity, they will burst it wide open, and that's exactly what they did here in the third.
That fly ball would have been the final out of the inning if Neris just completed the throw over to first base 2 batters ago. De La Cruz manufactures his way over to third base. That sets up the sacrifice fly.
Oh, nasty.
Curry just got the end of the bat.
I didn't even notice that. I thought that was a straight swing and the miss until we saw Current get hurt there.
Yeah, Current took it off the thigh, and he's a catcher. He's a tough cookie for sure.
Man, catching his 3rd game of this tournament, his 2nd today. Just long days, especially for the men behind the plate here. And it's made it all the more impressive with how good they've been.
The Lightning were the team that were selected to finish 4th by the coaches in the preseason poll. Got bounced in the first round to Wilmington, a team that they hope to see tomorrow for revenge. 6 straight CACC tournament berth, been to 4 NCAA tournaments over the last 5 seasons, and have been ranked in parts of 3 of 5 seasons as Curry goes up the middle for another base hit, and it continues to roll for the Golden Falcons, who have found all 3 of their hits in this inning.
Yeah, just a really good job of passing the baton, right? And also just a good example of putting the ball in play and good things happen. You forced 2 errors in the field, so to speak. At least you got the ground ball, forced an E6. You tried to steal a base, it forced the E2. And you followed it up with just a couple of bloops and blasts. So really nice job by Felician just inching their way closer and closer until they tied it up.
First pitch swinging, and that is down for a base hit. Skrivanik. It's going to roll into the corner, and standing up into second base with a double puts 2 more ducks on the pond for the Golden Falcons. jumping all over Starr here. It seems that they have kind of got him red.
And Starr was cruising through the first 2 innings of work today. Only 8 batters faced in the first 2 innings, but right now this will be the 8th batter of this 3rd inning. So pretty much doubled his pitch count total, doubled his batters faced total in this frame, and right now I think this is a good mound visit to just try to settle him down.
Definitely a really, really, really good mound visit here. Again, you want to shout out Tom Riley, his staff, Matt Trait, his 10th season associate head coach, Mike Beaton, Bill Marriott, Crew Bolden, Justin Hyde, Jacob Cabanis, and Megan Walden, who's their baseball social media coordinator, who have put together a very solid season for the Lightning and want to see it continue again into tomorrow, at least in the CACC. A decent chance that the NCAAs could still be calling, but like we've said, it's no guarantee. And especially with a poor performance when the field, that could look at the committee and be like, hey, I don't know. Again, most likely still in, but you don't want to play like that. You want to play for the championship and the guaranteed.
At the end of the day, you don't want to leave anything up to chance.
Nope. 99% chance still isn't a 100% chance. As that misses on the outside for Braden Walsh, who's had his own clutch hits so far. Pinch hit at bat in game 1, but then got the start in game 2 where he really showed up. And when the sirens came through last night, that's what got Felician going. Can the sirens come and rescue them again? They've been just fine without them to this point. Smacked left field. Keith over his head. 2 more will score. The Golden Falcons golden here in the 3rd inning. 5 runs and counting as they officially take the lead for the first time. Back-to-back doubles for Felician.
And 3 base hits in a row for the Golden Falcons. And Braden Walsh with just a tremendous piece of hitting that time. Got a breaking ball well below the strike zone and just golfed down there, fished it out of the ground, and found a way to deposit it over Roman Keith's head. Tremendous job by the 7-hole hitter.
And Polanco, the only man not to bat so far in the starting lineup, will take his hacks here. And he goes first pitch swinging. This one driven a long way. That one has cleared the fence. Home run by Polanco. And it's 7-3. Falcons up.
How about Ernesto Polanco breaking this game open for Felician? Just a moonshot off the bat. And if I'm not mistaken, this might be his first hit here in Waterbury, or only second hit here in Waterbury since arriving in this tournament. So that's got to be a great feeling for Polanco, coming through in a big moment for Felician.
Last home run came a week ago against the team that plays routinely here in Waterbury, against Post in game 1. It was a big 6-5 win over the Eagles and helped them get to this moment here. And Polanco goes bridge for a home run. And again, home runs have been scarce.
Of course, they've officially batted around now. Has Felician. Man, it's just such a surprising 3rd inning. It tells you how quickly baseball can change, because George Starr looked pretty much untouchable in the first 2 innings, and then all of a sudden he has faced now 10 batters this frame.
It unraveled quick, fast, and in a hurry. It was an F7 for Murphy. Since then, single, triple, E6, sacrifice fly, single, double, double, home run. And a lot of these runs going unearned thanks to the error. So 7 runs, just 2 attributed to Starr. And Murphy was up 2-0, now sits even at 2-2. What an inning for Felician. The Golden Falcons. 7 spot. I think the most runs any team has put up in a single inning. And they're not quite done yet, and officially are. So as good as an inning as you can be, you could have for Felician. We'll see if their pitching can hunker down and throw up another 0 to the Lightning. But the number 2 seed in danger of being eliminated here on day 2. So 7th spot for the Golden Falcons is now it's the Lightning who find themselves down 4. And this is a Felician team that's battled back all weekend long. Their first real true lead that they have to hold on to.
Yeah, they only led for half an inning until the game was over last night, so you're absolutely right. Now this is see what they can do. See if Laeta can continue to bounce back after a first inning where he faced 8 batters. Followed it up nicely with 1 over the minimum in the second. Now working with a 4-run lead. Maybe that helps him settle down.
Yeah, Laeta came into this inning. That was that one right there. His 40th pitch. Again, the pitch count is a myth. So we're going to keep mentioning it, but it really doesn't matter as we've seen.
It's still a good barometer for how tired a man might be, but coaches don't seem to think that.
No. Star 60 pitches total, and a lot of those coming in that last inning. Like I said, batted around. All 9 men come to the plate, and Murphy came up twice. And I was going to ask you, how do you consider batting around? Having all 9 come up or someone batting twice? I've always said batting twice.
Yeah, that is the official batting around definition as well. You have to have the 10th man come up to the plate. But, think about part of that batting around inning, too, and we've harped on it, but it's come up big throughout the course of all of these games. 2 errors, and it could have been 3 in that inning for Goldey-Beacom there. So not clean fielding, not helping out your pitcher, and ultimately it might cost you a spot in the championship if you don't find a way to come back.
Outside part clips it, 3-2, and ended up not hurting Laeta, but an error in the second inning prevented a 1-2-3, and then got the next man out, so it was just 4. But if he can get a 1-2-3 or 4 batters face, that would be huge, and he will walk the first he sees, something that we've kind of come to expect with Laeta. It's his 4th walk already at 3 in that first inning.
Yeah, really not what you wanted if you're a Laeta or a Golden Falcons fan. After you put up a 7 spot the inning before, there's nothing you want more than to just have a quick inning here. And looks like he's a little frustrated with himself and going to have a mound visit.
I think that's going to be a coming out of the game. That's it.
Oh, wow.
They're going to pull it. And the earliest we've seen a starter pulled, and I kind of tend to agree. We'll see who comes out in just a moment, but we will be back with a runner on first base, no outs. So new pitcher Colin Kratzer will be the man here as he inherits a runner at first base, and the day is done for Laeta. He is still responsible for Keith at first base, and Kratzer will take a look at his numbers here. This is his 15th appearance all out of the Arm Barn. The Freehold, New Jersey native will check over, and it was close on the pickoff attempt. 5.94 ERA, a whip over 2, and again, a guy with some control issues with 14 walks and 16 innings. Does have 3 saves. We'll see if he can find the zone a little bit more frequent than Laeta did.
Not to mention as well, he's also got 10, or excuse me, I was looking at his last year's stats, but last year he hit 10 batsmen. This year he only hit 1, so, improvement.
Yeah, it's definitely the number going in the right direction. He's been a one-inning guy the last couple of times out. 1 inning against Post on the 1st. 1 inning against Dominican on the 28th of April. Gave up a hit there and gave up 1 run in the 3rd of an inning against Holy Family. But in his last 5 appearances, just that 1 run. So a lot of his ERA woes, it was 7 runs given up through his first 2 innings of pitching this year. Since then, in the subsequent 10-plus outings, he's only given up 4 total runs. So it looks like a guy that's really calmed it down, and his ERA is mostly inflated due to some poor performances early on this year. Inside pitch is flared foul, and a decent amount. Won't test the wall, but definitely
pretty impressive.
Gets your attention.
Pretty impressive to be that far out in front on an inside fastball, righty-on-righty matchup. I mean, he turned on that, so.
Yeah, hit it off the end of the handle of the bat, too, so not even the impressive part of the bat, and still made some solid contact. So one can only imagine what a good piece of contact would have looked like. Go away from Smethers, 2-2.
I like that pitch sequencing there for Colin Kratzer. And his first at-bat of the game, try to jam him inside. Yeah, is actually way out in front of it, so you read the swing. You try to get him to be out in front on the breaking ball, just couldn't get him to swing.
Kratzer will check again. A pretty good pickoff move, it looks like. Almost had Keith on his first attempt before he even threw his first pitch. Keith is approaching double-digit steals. He has 9 coming into today's contests. On the ground and through the left side. A single for Smethers. It beats Skrivanik through the Tony Gwynn hole. You got 2 on.
Yeah, just a good piece of hitting for Zach Smethers. Yet again, another just disciplined approach at the plate with 2 strikes for Goldey-Beacom. And now this is exactly what the doctor ordered for the Lightning. Nobody on, 2 men on, trying to answer right back.
So we do have the corners creeping in, as we have seen these teams like to try to bunt. But this is a guy who just roped a 2-run double in the first inning against Laeta on the lefty-righty matchup, but this time a new pitcher. We'll see if he can have the same success.
That was a rope and then some from Jake Macy. He was very close to getting out of here.
Walsh a step or 2 on the grass. Everyone else is pretty normal. You do have the third baseman Walters even with the bag, which I like to play when I play at third base, regardless of the situation, because I'm a psychopath. Pinched up the middle, and double play depth as usual. (2-1) for Macy, who's split time at first base and catcher this season. .333 average and OPS north of 1,000, just barely, but still north of it.
Is that good?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I'd think so. Again, a lot of foul territory here, but this one looks like it's going to be pushing out of play. And it was almost actually able to be caught. It's actually in that bullpen area, but no dice for the Lightning.
I was pretty surprised that Jake Macy wasn't in the lineup in Game 1 against Wilmington earlier today. A little bit of the matchup game. You also wanted to get Sean Roy in there, who has just been on fire with the bat, especially as a true freshman. Both those players, in Macy and Roy, young. Macy himself is only a sophomore, so as we've talked about a few times, future of Goldey-Beacom looking bright, and Jake Macy looks like he's going to be a piece for these guys going forward.
2-2 again, no out. Ground ball would be beautiful, and I think for Goldey-Beacom, you need at least one run here.
You would certainly like it. I mean, and almost expect it with 2 on and nobody gone. You just got to find a way to at least scratch one, make it, a 3-run game. Totally agree.
See if they can do so. Pitch outside in ball 4 from Kratzer, and he, again, we talked about he also has some location issues potentially, and bases are stuffed. Nowhere to put Williams, Current, or Mason, who are due up.
How about the 3 at-bats we have seen in this inning? It was a 6-pitch walk to Roman Keith that knocked Laeta out of the game. Then it was a 5-pitch single to Zach Smethers, and then a 6-pitch walk to Jake Macy. So right now, Goldey-Beacom making him work.
Yeah, on the screws for the first pitch, and there's that run that we were thinking that the Lightning needed on a sacrifice line out as Williams gets the job done, and Keith comes around to score. That's going to be the final runner that's tabbed to Laeta, and his book is officially closed. We'll kind of go over that in the next half inning here.
Yeah, and as I say that, of course, then Brent Williams decides to swing at the first pitch. But, he was just looking for something, exactly what he needed, a ball up in the strike zone. He didn't miss it, able to drive it out, able to scratch across that run.
And I think that's also an informed decision, knowing that, all right, this guy just threw a whole bunch of pitches. He probably wants to get ahead of the count.
Exactly,
He's probably going to give me something hard in the strike zone to try to jump ahead, and just being on it and hit it on the screws to center field. Good play by Murphy, but still does score the run. Runners on second and first now with 1 gone, and it's 7-4 Lightning trail.
Again, you start to wonder how long the leash is going to be for Colin Kratzer. I mean, hasn't looked great so far since entering. A single, a walk, and a hard-hit sacrifice fly. So
fouled off.
This is a game you really don't want to lose, especially after going up by 4 runs now, only a half frame ago. You really don't want to give it right back.
Curtin's had some good moments for the Lightning in this tournament, defensively, offensively, trying for another. And will pick up the strike on the outside edge, Kratzer does. And I think jumping on that first pitch by Williams also kind of not scared Kratzer, but still, hey, I can't get away with just trying to pump strikes early. I do have to still pitch around to this lineup who have dangerous weapons every spot.
Whew. At the very least, it shows Kratzer that they're not going to take the first pitch automatically no matter what, so he's got to keep his head in the game each and every time the ball leaves his hand, but a lot easier said than done. How about that last take from Current?
Definitely worked in his favor. Full count. Runners will stay put. Again, with the runner on second base, you usually don't see the go on 3 too early. With second base was open and the runner on first, you might see it try to get out the double play. But here they won't risk out at third. They don't have to. Battle brewing here between Current and Kratzer. Thought about it, and he'll have to think about it on his way to the bench. Strike 3 and a backwards K, the first one for Kratzer. And that is a very important second out.
Yeah, no kidding on that one. I mean, felt like you were, and there's still a chance, but felt like Goldey-Beacom was just knocking at the door here, really inching to get back into this game. And the job gets a whole lot harder for the Lightning with 2 gone.
And jumping on that one and fouled back is Mason, Trey Mason. Where's number 4 for the Lightning? From Germantown, Maryland. Started his college career at Montgomery College. Sub 700 OPS, but 11 doubles, 2 home runs. You'll take that from your 9-hole hitter who gives you excellent center field defense. Tries to drop one down. We've seen him do this a couple of times, try to surprise in the middle of a count, and pulls it back. It might just be a auto take, but we haven't really seen him drop it down. 0-2. Smethers at second base, and that's going to ring in and hit him. Mason took it like a champ off the top of the helmet.
Man, so scary when you see that fastball just run inside like that, up and in. And, oh, man, thank God for the helmet. I'm sure everyone just heard me gasp on the air. But, yeah, I mean, what a mistake right there for Colin Kratzer, who's feeling good, feeling like he might be able to get out of this inning without allowing any more damage. Got him in a 0-2 count and gave him a gift to first base.
And now that 7-4 deficit doesn't look too terrible, especially if you can cross another couple runs across with a base hit. Farmer walk in a strikeout. Just needs the home run to complete the 3 true outcome game. Already his third plate appearance here in the third. So it's Mason on first base. It's Macy at second base and Smethers over at third. Oh, nice slider. Now 0-2 count really opens up the whole arsenal for Kratzer.
Yeah, he's been here before, though, a couple of times, and hasn't always worked out in his favor. See if you can find the put-away stuff here.
The lefty-righty matchup like you harped on. These matchups are important other way, and that is a fair ball. One will score. Here comes the second. Mason on his horse. They're going to send him. Throw comes into third base to home. He is safe. Runner trying for third. He is out. So they clear the bases and now trail by just one. No, excuse me, tied up. 7-7 after 3 runs, 4 runs in this inning, 3 by that hit. And after a 7-run inning for the Golden Falcons, you think, all right, they can settle in, but not so fast. Lightning strikes in the third. So a new pitcher coming up is going to be Tyler Leach, the freshman who last tossed against Wilmington on 4/28. Max, what do you have on Tyler Leach?
Yeah, Tyler Leach, the 5'7", 180-pound southpaw, 13th appearance this year. You can see a wicked curveball right there. A 7.63 ERA, a 2.09 WHIP this season. In 15 1/3 innings of work, he has walked 17 and struck out 11. So there's one number that jumps out at you. That would be the one.
Leach misses on his second pitch here to make it 1-1. Like I said, last time was out against Wilmington. Hasn't allowed a run in his last 2 appearances, but against Wilmington on the 22nd did get 2 over 4 innings. That's easily the longest he's gone. But again, since the 15th of April, just those 2 runs he's allowed in 6 appearances spanning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 innings. So he has been on his P's and Q's since the middle of April.
Hometown kid, grew up in Wilmington. And we can give you the final line on Goldey-Beacom starter George Starr today. Went 3 innings in this one, gave up 6 hits and 7 runs, but yet again, for the second straight game, the Goldey-Beacom starter gives up 7 runs. Only 2 of them were earned. 2 walks to no strikeouts for George Starr.
That's in there. Steerreich 3, a backwards K to begin Leach's day. And his first strikeout comes on Hayden Walters, who hasn't gotten out in his last 4 plate appearances.
Big out for Leach. In terms of just getting the confidence going, obviously this is a Felician team that is rolling right now and scored 7 runs the last time they came up to the plate. We've talked about in our pregame, one of the hottest teams in the entire country right now. So for Leach, facing one of their hottest batters, big out.
And also, all right, let you know how Waieda's day finished up. He ended up going 2+ innings, 45 pitches, just 1 hit, but 4 runs, 4 earned, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. Faced 13 batters, so the opposite side of the coin. 7 earned runs on Felician's end. All of those were rightfully earned. As Jose David Medrano sits in a hitter's count 2-0, 1 out after the strikeout of Walters. Leach tumbling off the mound.
Yeah, that looked strange, didn't it?
And we have heard a couple of pitchers already either tell us directly or gesture onto the mound as the tournament has gone on. The conditions kind of wear a bit. Great job by the grounds crew, though, to keep this game. But just naturally, if you use the same surface over and over and over again, you see right there a little bit of a turn on the plant foot. That spot on the mound has been constantly berated by spikes all weekend so far, and it's led to some pitchers not having the right footing on the land. And you see there, again, spins out of that, and it's a walk.
And it looks like it could be the footing. It looks like something might be bothering Leach. You never want to speculate, but this is now after all 4 of those pitches. He was clearly gesturing to something that's just bothering him, whether it's the footing or something internally. Who knows?
So you put Medrano on first base, who has stolen 6 bases and has been caught a handful of times. And now a lefty-righty matchup for Luis de la Cruz. Strike 1 for him. Flew out, but allowed fly out, and then an E6 that kept that inning rolling, and they were able to tack on 4 more runs, or actually 5 runs after he reached first base.
He was not just the beneficiary of that E6, but also of an E2. He stole second base, and then the throw went into center field. It allowed him to go all the way to third, later come around to score. So once again, it's putting the pressure on the defense for Felician that has really worked today.
Leaves that one alone on an 0-2 spot. Spits on the breaking ball in the dirt. And in that third inning, you had a stretch where it went single, triple, the error, a sacrificed fly, single, double, double home run. So hitting for the cycle combined were all of those batters. Up the middle, and that one will get through. Neris can't get to it, and it'll be a hit for De La Cruz. You cannot keep him hitless.
He just makes solid contact time after time after time. Not only that, but some really solid plays behind the plate as well. I mean, have a tournament, Luis de la Cruz, and now continues this afternoon.
Bresniak is every single ball he's put in play has been loud contact. We've talked about those flyouts we've seen that have traveled a lot farther than regular people get them to go, and obviously had the home run that I think just landed an hour ago from last night. Might have took out a tree in the process. Arborists beware.
And remember, at the time of that Luis de la Cruz home run, they were trailing in that game 5-0. That's what allowed Felician to really get the ball rolling. It was a huge momentum swing. So he deserves a lot of credit for where Felician is right now.
Leach spins around a ball to Ambresniak at the sacrifice fly in the third inning to get across a run, one of the 7 that ended up plating.
And we are only in the 4th inning, and both lineups are already 2 times through the order, almost 3. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and we see that both starter pitchers haven't pitched in like 2 weeks. It kind of gave you the feeling this one could be a long one. And 0-0 right now, technically. 7-7 if you want to be politically correct. But a 0-0 ball game, as every coach in the country will tell you.
Brand new ball game.
Game approaching an hour and a half long. Or almost 2 hours. I think 2:45 was supposed to be first pitch. I think we started a little bit later than that.
Yeah.
But we're already almost halfway to 5.
Been a fun couple of days of baseball, and let me tell you, it's not ending anytime soon.
2-2. Hanger is lightly tossed to third base, and they will go around the horn and get it. 5-4-3. Twin killing ends the inning there, and finally, no runs after 11 in the previous inning. We start the 4th with a donut. So finally we get a break in the action after the 4th inning starts with 0 runs put on the board. It's going to be Bobby Stewart, Jamie Naris Jr., and Roman Keith. So if you are missing the runs, this is the part of the lineup that you want most up to try to produce some.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And Bobby Stewart hasn't had a hit yet in this one, but either way, has still found a way to reach base one time and, trying to get that go-ahead run. This is the guy you want starting off your inning.
Flicks it foul for strike 1. Stewart, a strikeout victim in the first, is a beneficiary of an error in the second, but that didn't really go anywhere for the Lightning. And wasn't part of the big 4-run inning in the third. Almost was, but Caden Barmer tried a little bit too hard to stretch a double into a triple and was caught in the super conventional 7-5-2-5 putouts, which happens about 4 times a game. But 7-7. And again, 7 runs on just 3 hits for Goldey-Beacom as well, which is something you don't really see too often. Kratzer in there for his second inning of work. Came in after the first batter reached in the third. That was Roman Keith on a walk from Laeta. And then Laeta stayed down at 45 pitches. Swing and a miss. Another strikeout on Stewart. He's punched out now twice.
Yeah, and that's a really big out for Colin Kratzer on the mound as well, because he did struggle in coming in. And, you got, I won't call it lucky per se, but as you mentioned, Barmer tried to extend that double into a triple. And so Kratzer didn't really have to pitch out of the inning per se. Maybe that strikeout can get him some confidence.
Naris looks at ball number 1. Jamie Naris Jr., 331 hitter. And like you've mentioned before, I think 10th best in the conference in OPS, just a sophomore. Has more strikeouts than walks, but barely at 19 and 16 at those numbers. High in the sky, left field ranging in is Medrano, and he will make the grab. 2 down.
After this game started kind of dreary and bleak in the sky, it has turned yet again into a picturesque day, and that was not an easy play for Jose David Medrano, who had to really battle the sun the entire time and ended up finding the ball at the last moment to make the grab.
Here's Keith from Selbyville, Delaware. Second team all-conference after the awards were announced on Wednesday. After putting up a pretty impressive sophomore campaign with 14 doubles, 9 home runs, and almost 50 runs batted in. Has the propensity to strike out. So he does have 40 punch-outs coming into play today. Again, not including anything he's done today. He does have 2 walks. And is behind the count 0-2. In left field, we'll have enough. Medrano keeps ranging back, and that's over his head. He can't make the play. Going into third base is Roman Keith. No tag and a triple. With 2 outs, ball kept carrying, and Medrano couldn't quite rein it in.
That was a rocket off the bat of Roman Keith, who he's been really disciplined here in the second game of his afternoon. A couple of walks to start his outing. Came around to score both times. Now, just swinging away. I mean, that ball was belted. Jose David Medrano didn't have the best read on it, but it wouldn't have made a difference. It went off the top of the wall either way.
So now a precarious situation for Felician and Kratzer, who kind of cruising a bit through the top 2 batters of the inning. Punch out relatively quick and a fly out that didn't take too many pitches to get, and then a triple on Roman Keith on an 0-2 count. Smethers the first guy to face Kratzer in what ended up being a pretty hellacious next couple of batters for him. 2-0 count. Smethers, who's had productive at-bats, an RBI, and a single.
Pretty good pitch to swing at that time, and you can tell Smethers taking a long stroll around the batter's box. He wanted it. Just missed it. Fastball on the middle part of the plate.
The criminal justice major from Nazareth, Pennsylvania. We'll watch that one low and outside and puts himself in a nice little 3-1 count.
So you'll get another opportunity more than likely here, unless Kratzer's really feeling himself. Almost certainly going to see a fastball if it's in the location you like. You might feel the breeze from up here.
7-7 with a runner on third base trying to take the lead, and the Lightning need it. Watched a 3-run lead slip away, and outside part of the plate is called. Smethers is about to toss his bat to a teammate and take off for first base. We'll have to replant in the box. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. In the bottom of the 4th inning, chopper up the middle, and that's going to get through. Skrivanik just took too much of a hop for him to get there. He wasn't really going to get there anyway, right over the second base bag, and the lead for the Lightning.
Just a great job of hitting it where it's thrown for Zach Smethers. He has had an extremely productive day at the plate with the bat in his hand, his second RBI already, also his second base hit. Just like that, Goldey-Beacom playing from back out in front.
Looks like it's going to be just a visit as we see the dugout stay put, and that's a big, big, big at-bat by Smethers. He's come through and delivered his second run batted in. He scored a run when he hasn't driven in runs, and 2 singles and a sacrifice fly for a 2-for-2 day. And that puts the Lightning back up at what's been the highest scoring game.
It's been all with 2 outs here in the 4th. Only 1 inning for Goldey-Beacom in which they haven't put up any runs. On the other side of the diamond, only 1 inning for Felician where they have put up any runs, but it was a 7-run inning.
15 runs. They're not even halfway through this game. Oh, big swing by Macy, who has produced a 2-run double and walked and scored a run in that big 3rd inning.
How about the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Goldey-Beacom in this game? They have reached base or driven in a run every time they have come up to the plate.
Credit to the Lightning for not bending to the 7 runs they gave up in the 3rd. Came back and quickly struck for 4. Have already grabbed 1 here in the 4th and have some time to do some more damage if they can string together a couple hits. And, great teams respond. They have responded and have taken the lead. Chopper is fouled off to the right side. And 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And for Jake Macy, he's already been in a 2-strike count today. He went behind 1-2 in his last at-bat, but brought it all the way back for a walk, later scored. It's been a hard man to put away.
And he is put away there. The final out comes, but not before the Lightning take the lead again. For the second time today, they find themselves in front, this time by just 1. It's 8-7, top of the 5th coming up next. Bryce Curry, Matthew Skrvanek, and Braden Walsh are going to be your due-up here in the 5th inning. And thank you for joining us. Cody Schauf alongside Max Stapleton as we give you the 5th inning of action. And if you're just joining us, well, hi. First off, how are you doing? Second off, you missed about everything. 15 runs have already come across the score. We've got them in bunches. We've got them spread out. About any way you can score a run, we've done so up to this point. We still have more than half of a game left to go. It's been one of those days, and it's that time of the tournament where you throw your best pitcher, you've thrown your second best pitcher, and now it's time to just kind of collage together something good, and the fielding has not been good for Goldey-Beacom. Another error by Neris, so now he has 2 in this game. Sean Roy had 2 in game 1, and 4 total errors from the shortstop position. It's supposed to be one of your more ironclad defensive positions, as Goldey-Beacom again has been caught by the error bug.
And that's after Neris had 1 in their first game against Jefferson as well. So the shortstop position has been an issue. It's supposed to be one of your ironclad positions because of how difficult it is, and you really want your shortstops to be solid there, but just hasn't really been the case today for Goldey-Beacom.
So doing the crude math, it looks like that is 3 errors on this game, which would make it 12 total between the 3 games we've seen them play. Oof. And 6 of those coming from short from 2 different players.
I mean, you're talking about a team that could very easily be in the championship right now if they just played, cleaner defense, not even clean defense per se.
They've definitely had the offense to make up for it. They put up some big run totals. So let's see, as a bunt is dropped down, Skrvanek will move the runner up, and a sacrifice. We've seen Goldey-Beacom do that, and finally they get a little taste of their own medicine. First out recorded is Walsh step in with the white arm sleeve.
This was the part of the order that really did the most damage back in the 3rd. Walsh with the 2 RBI double, and then the man on deck in Polanco with the big moonshot that tied the game.
So Curry helps with the error. Helped by the error is on second base. The first baseman DH. Big swinging bruiser at second base. Walsh, a 2-run double in the 3rd. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd. He's had himself a nice little tournament here.
This is coming off a streak for Walsh where he was 0 for his last 7 entering yesterday's slate of games, so really nice turnaround for the first baseman for Felician.
It's going to grab him right in the knee. That will have Curry go back to second base and puts the runner on.
When we talk about mistakes, it's happened a few times for all 4 teams throughout this tournament. And obviously the errors are the most obvious mistakes that you guys can make, but when you hit a guy with 2 strikes, it's a mistake.
Yep.
Just no doubt about it. And so you give the free pass there, and you were in a really good position to try to get your second out of the inning. And now Felician has a really good opportunity to tie the game, maybe even take the lead.
Leach so far, an inning and a 3rd. 1 hit, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, 1 hit by pitch. Again, of the 7 runs Felician has scored, only 2 of them have been earned. Everything has been attributed to George Starr, who lasted 3 innings, about 60 pitches. 59 to be exact. And Leach, the 6th different pitcher. And the 7th pitcher used, Nate Miller, was used twice. Miller went 50 pitches in 2 innings earlier today, and yesterday only a 1/3 of an inning, which was enough to pick up the win after the walk-off on 8 pitches. They've thrown Connor Blunt's 117 pitches. Corey Williams went 100 earlier today. Threw 150 total as a team. and are going to be approaching that, I'm sure, here in this one. Polanco did have that home run. We'll watch it outside, 2-1.
It's officially a battle of the bullpens in this one, and I got a feeling that both these coaches are going to go all in this game, especially because we're expecting a bit of rain overnight here, so who knows if tomorrow's game is actually going to happen tomorrow. Expect both the coaches to really transition into their high-leverage guys sooner rather than later.
Yeah, definitely a good point to give them that extra days of rest, and that obviously helps Wilmington, who's already punched their ticket, and if tomorrow does get washed out and they do have to come back on Mother's Day, they'll have all their top guys pretty much ready to go. I think the only guy that you're not going to be throwing is Fleming on their end.
Yeah, and that's probably just because you want him with the bat in his hands.
Yeah, I know. Whatever way you slice it or dice it, he's going to make an impact. So 3-2-1 out with Polanco at the dish. Spit on the last couple of pitches and does so again there. And like we said earlier, great teams respond, and now Felician looking to respond after giving up the lead just a moment ago.
It's a practice, right? It's a skill you have to learn, how to stay in games, how to respond to adversity. This is something that you practice, you learn, and Felician has now done this game after game after game. So it looks like we're going to get a pinch hitter here for Felician.
This spot, the center field spot, has been a spot to move guys around. Ian Vertucci will be the guy to come up and swing it. Limited at-bats. He did get an at-bat last night. So Murphy went 0 for 2, and they were both in the same inning in the third.
That is, when was the last time you saw that? His only 2 at-bats are in the same inning in the game.
I don't know if I've ever seen that. Definitely seen guys take 2 at-bats in an inning, but that is fun, as Vertucci will spell the day for Murphy, who's usually coming on as a defensive replacement. Right. So we'll see. They still have Petrick, who they've used. Ian Quinto, has been a guy they've thrown out there in center field. So we shall see.
I think it's all going to be matchup dependent at the plate going forward in the center field position. Right now with Leach as a southpaw out on the mound, you're going to go with your right-handers, but probably we'll see Petrick at some point in this game take over.
Oh, 2 from the lefty. Chopped to second base. Stewart is going to try to turn it. Neris the throw. Nope, he's going to pump fake it, and probably a smart decision.
Yeah, and good job by Vertucci, who was hustling the entire way down the first base line. Really gave Neris no opportunity to try to make the relay to first, and therefore, it's once again a tie game.
And usually we've seen Stewart just go to first, but he knew he had the time to try to at least get the lead runner, maybe potentially get his pitcher out of the inning. I think already they're going to take Vertucci out, and here is Petrick.
There you go. Yep.
So now Petrick on first base. He holds 8 steals under his belt. Hayden Walters will take strike 1. Trying to come away with another one as the run does score on the fielder's choice to make it 8-8. Runners off, and the swing fouled off.
We'll see if Brandon Petrick decides to stay in the game in center field. He's been pretty good in the somewhat limited appearances we've seen him in the field.
Walsh at third base and Petrick at first, dancing a bit, and Walsh slaps it foul. So even though 8 runs on the board, just the second time in an inning that the Golden Falcons has touched home plate. It's like going to Costco. You get all your stuff all in one place, and that was all their 7 runs in the third. Forgot Milk, had to go to Stop and Shop and get this one. And that is a stolen base for Petrick. So he gets up to second, now puts 2 ducks on the pond. And Walters, one swing of the bat, could really change this ball game for about the 14th different time.
Yeah, it'll really change this ball game for all of 30 seconds until we have our 4th comeback. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, you couldn't ask for better baseball over the last couple of days. We've seen just about a bit of everything. Some great pitching, great hitching. Hitching, that's a word.
Well, in Fleming's case, he's done both.
That's true. No, you've seen some great hitting, great pitching. You've seen some great fielding. You've seen some bad fielding. So, we've gotten a little bit of everything over the last couple of days and couldn't really ask for more throughout the CACC tournament.
Like I said, any way you can score a run in baseball, we've seen it. Wild pitches.
Yep.
We've seen home runs, doubles, singles, errors.
We even got a pitch out and a balk throughout the course of these last couple of games.
And we still got another 1 to potentially 2 more to go after this one concludes. Again, an elimination game here. The winner of this one we will see later on this weekend as they take on Wilmington, who have punched their ticket to the championship bout. Then whoever wins this one would have to knock off Wilmington not once but twice to claim champion. This is going to be trouble in left field. It's going to die and will be fair. A single that plates 2, and the Golden Falcons will pick up their 2nd and 3rd runs of the inning and their 9th and 10th runs of the game.
And have a day, Hayden Walters. Throughout the first 2 games, we've mentioned it, he's gone off to slow starts. That is not the case today. Already his 2nd base hit, his 3rd time reaching base. And once again, when he plays well, it feels like the rest of the team follows suit. Now you got the heart of the order coming up, trying to continue this 2-out rally.
And with lefty on, struggling a bit here, this could be the day. And it looks like it will be as the dugout spills onto the field. And it is Leach handing over the ball and the wristband. We'll be back in just a moment. 2 out, 1 on, and already 3 runs home for Felician. So new pitcher into the game as, again, like we said, he will be given a 2-run deficit, 2 outs in the inning, and a runner at first base. It is Zach Davis, the lefty, who has a 5.60 ERA, usually a starter from Newport News, Virginia. 45 innings pitched so far, and he's going to be coming out of the bullpen for the 4th time.
The key number to look at when you're talking about Zach Davis is, like so many of his colleagues in the CACC, just that walk-to-strikeout ratio. A little better than his predecessors, but 31 to 37, roughly even in that category.
Another guy that hasn't pitched in a bit, 426 the last time he's towed the rubber, 1 2/3 innings there. 3 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts against a post team. Does have an outing against Felician on the 22nd of March, so these teams are completely different from that point of the season. But they go 6 innings and got 4 earned runs. The umpire got tagged there on the foul ball that bounced up and got him in the side of the noggin. He seems to be okay.
So in case we hadn't seen everything in this tournament, now we really have.
Really have, yeah. And luckily that could have been scarier, but luckily it isn't. I think we had the clip a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I think SEC baseball foul tip right back in the mask, and the umpire passed out.
Oh, no.
Knocked him out.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I did actually. I think I saw that.
And that was a scary clip. That's one of the ones you go, ooh. So another lefty. Runner's taken off. Medrano goes to right field with it, but it is going to be easily played by Barmer. So did you think the Golden Falcons are going somewhere? Well, you must not have been watching this whole weekend. The Golden Falcons, again, 3 runs to take the lead, 10-8. All right. 10 runs for Felician, 8 runs for Goldey-Beacom. That math tells me 18 total runs. 8 hits for the Golden Falcons, 5 hits for the Lightning. That tells me 13 total hits.
Man, we were talking in between innings, and just when you see 18 combined runs, I think the number of hits you're expecting is probably somewhere in the 30 to 40 range, not necessarily the 13 range.
Also, you expect that to be through about 8 full innings. We are through 4.5 here in Waterbury, Connecticut. Thank you for joining us here. Cody Shalfu with Max Stapleton, my new best friends. As Municipal Stadium has played host to some phenomenal baseball. There's been a lot of scoring in this one. 4 combined errors as well, and it is Joey Current coming in after Brent Williams flies out to right field.
If you're rooting for Goldey-Beacom in this game, you'd love to see someone in the bottom 9 really come, in the bottom 3 of the order, really come through. I mean, Brent Williams has reached base twice, but No base hits combined for the 7, 8, and 9 hole hitters, and throughout the day they're a solid 0 for 4.
Misses, I guess, there with that pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kratzer still out there, is gone now more than all but one pitcher thrown in this game of the 5. He has the second highest inning total at 2 1/3. He finishes this one, he'll be tied with Starr. Lifted in the air, high and deep, running back there, and Joey Current rides the wave. And he exits the ballpark. It is 10-9.
Right on cue. The 8-hole hitter for Goldey-Beacom with a moonshot out into left center field. I mean, that ball was crushed. Current knew it right off the bat, and once again, it is a 1-run ball game.
So 10-9. Neither of these teams have heard the bell yet, as we're already 2 hours and 15 minutes old in this game, and the hits keep on playing. Current into deep left center field and puts the Lightning within 1. And Mason does drop it down. Throw from Hayden Walters, and double clutched it and gets away, and Mason will be at first base. He's actually thinking, hey, potentially that guy into the dugout, but they'll keep him there. And I don't know if Walters didn't have the grip on the ball initially, but either way.
That's what it looked like, at least from up here, but no matter what, it definitely was the double clutch there as he was charging in to try to field that bunt attempt that just maybe lost his rhythm a little bit and ended up going errant on the throw. And really good job by Trey Mason, who we've seen try to lay down that bunt repeatedly throughout the last couple of days, getting on base for the top of the order.
Yeah, and that ball did end up getting into the out-of-bounds zone, and that's going to be the day from Kratzer, it looks like. So we'll put a pin in that. We'll be back after this break, but Goldey-Beacom already with a home run in the inning to get them within 1 and have some speed at second base, try to tie this game right back up. So here we go. The new pitcher is Devin Malvasio He comes in to throw his first pitches of this game with a runner at the tying run in scoring position and 1 out. And Max, let us know what you know about Malvasio.
Yeah, Malvasio, the 6'2" right-hander out of Staten Island, New York, making his 12th appearance this year. He's got a 6.06 ERA, a 1.16 WHIP, but the thing most of note for Malvasio is that he's coming off maybe his 2 best outings of the year. A perfect inning against Post University a week ago. Then he went 2 2/3 and faced only 1 over the minimum against Holy Family a couple of weeks ago. Gave up no runs on 4 strikeouts in that appearance.
So we'll see what he has for us here. This is now let's do some math here, third pitcher, to see, knew I wasn't really good at math. Third pitcher in this game. Both pitchers have gone between 45 and 50 pitches. 45 pitches for Laeta, and Colin Kratzer had 48 before his day was done. Still not finished, though, as he is responsible for Trey Mason over there at second base.
He's not even really responsible for it.
Right.
It'll go on his runs line, but it wouldn't go on his earned run line, which
Correct.
is such a weird niche baseball type of thing, but it makes the most sense when you really get into the woods about it.
That's low, and that is ball 4 immediately.
And not what you wanted in your first batter face for Malvasio. 4 pitches and a free pass to the leadoff hitter, and now you got a really tough battle here with Bobby Stewart at the plate. Still hunting for his first base hit here in his second game of the afternoon.
Four instances has Felician won while giving up 9 or more runs. Twice against Post, they gave up double digits. I have another win against Georgian Court, 17-10. And they did have earlier in the season a win, 21-9 against Adelphi, as the pitch gets away, and both runners move up the extra 90, and it's 2 in scoring position now.
We were talking about this last night. That wild pitch, well, obviously not a great pitch, but it's also a product of that backhanded jab attempt to try to stop it rather than getting your body fully in front of it. You see that more and more often now with catchers.
Pitch is in there and smacked right field. Going back is Bresniak, and that'll be off the base of the wall. Stewart will help the Lightning take the lead as both runs come across to score, and the seesaw of the day just keeps on rocking back and forth. 11-10, Lightning in the lead.
How about the tournament that Bobby Stewart continues to have? A little more of a strugglesome game here this afternoon, but he more than made up for it with one swing of the bat. A rocket to the opposite field. And again, as you said earlier, Cody, that's when you know a player is really seeing the ball well, when he's driving it the other way. We've seen Stewart do that repeatedly now in this tournament.
So we'll see what they can continue. Since the flyout to begin the inning, home run, error, walk, double, and Malvasio continues to just miss wildly. Another wild pitch moves up Stewart. And just to go on the flip side of the coin, only twice, as Goldey-Beacom won while giving up 10 or more runs. And hilariously, Post also in that list. So of the combined 6 times one of these teams have allowed double-digit runs and still won, Post was the losing team in 3 of those 6 instances.
Devin Malvasio one of the coaches for Felician and Luis de la Cruz were having a meeting, and it looked like Malvasio and de la Cruz were not the happiest with each other, and Malvasio sent de la Cruz back to the plate.
Yeah.
So I haven't really seen that one before, but maybe a little trouble in paradise here. It's still only a one-run game. I mean, this has been a fun game to watch. You don't want to see anything like that possibly get in the way. Those two guys are going to have to get back on the same page and try to get out of this inning.
Everyone's going to have a foot or two on the grass as the infield is in, trying to prevent that 12th run from coming across. And Neris has ditched the batting gloves entirely, trying to summon some juju. 2 flyouts and a hit by pitch. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner on third base. Infield is in. Basio gets another swing and a miss over the top of the pitch.
Again, I want to know what the magic words are in some of these mound meetings because he looks so much better right away. I mean, 2 really good pitches to get ahead.
Yeah. Stop throwing it in the dirt. Okay. And they throw it in the dirt immediately. Another ball in the count. Two, which is what we had. Again, never trust the scoreboard. It's there to try to trick you. The point of it, not to tell you what the score is or the count, is to make you feel foolish. 2-2, Neris trying to come through and extend the lead. As everyone knows, this lead needs as many runs as they can have. And Steve Reich 3, the poor day continues for Neris, who hasn't looked great in the field, and at least in this game here, hasn't really done much.
I can give you the final line as well for Felician reliever Colin Kratzer. 2 1/3, 5 hits. Gave up 6 earned runs in this one. Now after his latest responsible runner came across to score, 1 walk to 3 strikeouts for him.
21 combined runs on 18 combined hits. Nope, 16 combined hits. 1 ball, no strike, 2 outs as Roman Keith does a pretty nice day at the plate. 2 walks and a triple.
Ooh.
And this one is smacked running back. Is the center fielder, and he will watch it. Petrick off the base of the wall. And the triple in the 4th, now the double in the 5th for Roman Keith produces another run for the Lightning.
Have a day, Roman Keith. Reached base all 4 times he's come up to the plate. He has scored in the previous 3 times he's gotten on base. So he is having all types of production out on the base paths right now.
And our 3rd pitcher of the inning, as Skip's going to come out and get Malvasio, and you can tell he's not too happy, and we will put a pin in this as well. We're still in the 5th as we try to find that 3rd out. So we are back. Gavin Enright, one of the high leverage arms who has had a real nice streak of no earned runs allowed over his last 7 appearances that spanned 8 2/3 inning, coming in to try to close this door at least on the 5th and maybe give him a good 6th, potentially 7th.
It's a little early to be going to your high leverage guys, but in a game like this, I don't think you can take any chances. So personally, no one was really asking me, but still, I happen to really like this move to go to Enright here.
Immediately comes in and throws 2 strikes, which has been against the norm here today.
And Zach Smethers is having maybe the best day of all the Goldey-Beacom hitters, so this is a big AB.
Enright trying to go 1, 2, 3, and down the line and fair ball. This will put the 13th run on the board. And a great move, maybe, turns into a great move for Goldey-Beacom as they slap the single the other way and score another run.
And Zach Smethers, his 3rd base hit, his 3rd RBI of this game 2 for Goldey-Beacom. What a day he is having, just coming through in the clutch time and time again now.
So as we've seen, no lead is safe. And immediately they're going to go check on Enright. With looks like the trainer.
Yeah, this is definitely something medical here. Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to take him out of the game unless it was something medical. So
he's saying something.
Yeah, there's definitely something going on, but looks like it's going to be a relatively quick meeting. So hopefully all good for Enright. He's too good of a pitcher and too valuable of a piece to not have for Felician going forward. So it's good to see that he's still out there and going to battle through whatever it is he's fighting through.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. Obviously, the 3rd pitch was roped down the line, kind of looking over there. I don't know exactly what was bothering him, but he looked like he was advocating immediately to stay in the game, which I'm sure all these kids would in this type of situation. So 13 runs on 10 hits for the Lightning.
And after Felician had batted around earlier in this game, all the way back in the 3rd, Goldey-Beacom only 1 batter away from doing just that.
So 23 runs as we have not even entered the back 9 yet. A little rain came through. It seems like an eternity ago, but it's quickly washed away and made its presence known and dipped out. It's been pretty clear skies. I mean, some clouds, but pretty good weather since that little rain. I wouldn't say storm. I'd say just sprinkle. Has just taken second base without much of a throw. Not much of a care in the world on it.
Yeah, I don't know if no one shouted that Smethers was taken off there in the infield. I don't think De La Cruz realized that he was going there.
Menti reaches. They'll officially bat around with Williams, who flew out to begin the inning, waiting. So that would be the 2nd instance. That would be 1 for each team if we could get there. I mean, the scorebook looks more like a coloring book at this point.
No kidding.
3-2, 2 out. Popped up. This could be it, but it's going to be hard. Coming down, falling fast, and in foul ground as they cannot make the catch. Bresniak gave him his all and just fell right in between him and Walsh. A dive, and in foul territory it will land.
Been a really long inning for Felician out in the field. You know they would have loved to get back in the dugout there, but still only 1 pitch away from doing so. Just got to reset if you're Enright.
So Enright, who stayed in the game, trying to get him out of it, has come in and gave up an RBI single, a stolen base. And the fourth pitcher to go through these 5 innings. And heard balk. Yep, the second balk. When's the last time you saw 2 balks in a game?
I think that time it was just a little flinch. You were seeing zero argument whatsoever from Gavin Enright or anyone in Felician. So, not going to lie, I was looking at my scorebook, but must have been pretty obvious.
Yeah, a little bit of a flinch. Here we go. And that is ball 4. Enright's come in and RBI single, a stolen base, a balk, and now a walk puts runners on the corners with still just 2 outs, and Brent Williams will have a chance to make up for his fly out in this inning.
Yeah, this led off the inning with 1 pitch, 1 out.
We saw 11 total runs in the 3rd, 8 total runs in the 5th. "19 of our 23 runs have come in those 2 innings." And eats up the shortstop Scrivanik. And we will continue to play on. It's contagious in that spot. Shortstop has not been a fun place to play today.
Yeah, that's for sure. And, you wonder if something's going on with the field, but you really doubt it. I just think there's been a lot of really tough plays at shortstop. That one, Scrivanik just didn't look confident the entire time it was heading towards him. It was hard hit, 1 hopper, knew it was going to bounce weird, and just looked like it ate him up the entire way.
So it's going to go down as an error. As Goldey-Beacom adds another run, it is 14-10.
No RBI for Williams, as the error was the thing that allowed it to score.
And Curran hit a home run in this inning to get them within 1. Now bats again with a 4-run lead. Gavin Enright just trying to put a Band-Aid on this. 6 runs in this inning.
The 11th batter to come to the plate.
Chopper to third. Walters will zing it over and officially ends the bleeding. 6 runs on a few hits, some help from the field, and it's 14-10. The Lightning now have the lead. For how much longer, we shall see. So Zach Davis still on the bump. It's been a while since we've seen him. A long inning as the second inning of at least 6, or second half inning of at least 6 runs put up, and 9 total in the 5th. We had 11 total in the 3rd, and I am scared of the 7th.
Yeah, you are not kidding, but still got the 6 to get through. It's just been a fun, offensive-minded game. 24 combined runs, 6 combined errors between the two teams. So who knows what we're going to see next.
De La Cruz, who we could see a big hit next from him. It seems like he's just been on one. You're seeing beach balls out there, and oof, he tried to pop it. Inside, good pitch, but no dice.
Yeah, you can tell De La Cruz wanted to swing at that one, but good discipline to hold up at the last moment.
And this is we still have yet to get a repeat game. We have not had, everyone's played everyone pretty much, and kind of makes sense kind of looking at what they've done against each other this season.
Yeah.
Neither team has swept the other. Coming into play, Goldey-Beacom against Felician was 2-1 and 10-17 all time, so have won the season matchup, but historically it's been a Felician victory as it's a walk for De La Cruz. And again, all 2-1, 1-2 matchups. Wilmington was 2-1 against everybody, and everyone else is basically 1-2, or for the most part against everybody else. So Wilmington, the only one in the tournament that has kind of a upper leg against everybody. We've seen that as they've already punched their ticket. Wild pitch moves the runner-up.
Yeah, so right away, too, you go down by 4 runs. You get the leadoff guy aboard via the gentleman's walk on 5 pitches, and then a wild pitch moves him into scoring position. Felician already threatening once again. This game far from over.
Goldey-Beacom still yet to win a CACC championship. Trying for their first. Jefferson has been bounced. They haven't won as well. It's really been Wilmington, Felician. Dominican had a run earlier on in the 2000s. That's going to bring Barmer all the way to the track. Another one of those balls just kept on carrying. It seems like we see a lot of balls die, but a lot of balls carry. There's really no rhyme or reason which one does what.
Yeah, swirling win totals today, but a really good piece off the bat of Bresniak, who has not been able to find a base hit here this afternoon, but he's hit the ball hard a couple of times, and that's just the latest example.
10 titles for Wilmington since 2007. Pretty much won every other year. Actually a better pace than that. And looking to go back-to-back for the first time since 2018-19. Have only won 3 in a row once. That was 11-13. Felician has a couple, last coming in 2023. Launched into left center field. Going back is Mason. He'll put the glove out, but that will fall down. Another ball hit well onto the warning track in left center. An RBI double. And like we said, 4-run lead for Goldey-Beacom, but for how long? As we have, it's now 3 runs, 14-11, 25 total runs. We're not even through the 6th yet.
And it felt like it was only a matter of time before Bryce Curry just laid into one like he did right there. Did pick up a base hit earlier and has reached base twice prior to that at bat, but that was easily his best contact that we've seen so far this tournament. He is a big right-handed hitter, and it's got to feel good for him to pick up the extra base hit there.
Lefty on the mound in Davis. He can give you length, but also for a lot of big right-handed heavy lineup, which, again, most collegiate schools are. Scrivanik had a sacrifice bunt in his last time up, had that one hopper that ate him up around the end of the last half inning. helped the 6th run across to score.
Give you a couple of final lines here for each side, starting with Felician. Devin Malvasio, he went a third of an inning, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, only one of which was earned, 1 walk to 1 strikeout. And meanwhile, on the other side of things, Tyler Leach's night is done. 1 2/3 innings of work in relief, 3 hits, 3 runs, none of them earned, 2 walks, and 1 strikeout for the Southpaw.
Pitch is low, inside, and blocked by Current, 2-2.
So as we talked about, relief pitching was going to be such a key heading into this elimination game today. Both of these relief crews have been giving up a good amount of runs, but also not a whole lot of earned runs. So it's been an interesting afternoon of baseball, to say the least.
Game 1 started around 11 a.m. Here we are 6.5 hours later in the middle innings of Game 2. Cody Shalafu, Max Stapleton. Want to also give another shout-out to our fantastic crew, both on the field and up here with us. They've done a fantastic job, as they have all season, and love working with these guys, and can't wait to do some more in the upcoming year.
Man,
and Felician looking like, hey, because you have to make the throw over. They're arguing that it came late.
And he did, but I just think that they're trying to get in the head a little bit of Zach Davis out on the mound. It was a long rest for him in between innings, and that Felician dugout trying to do anything right now to will their team back into this game. Not that they're really out of it, but to overcome a 3-run deficit, we should say.
Also, I think the amount of thrown overs I've seen to second base in this today has outweighed the amount I've seen in my entire life.
Yeah, no kidding.
As dancing over there is Curry. And swinging a miss by Skrivanik, and he is down. First strikeout, I believe, for Davis, for doing my math right. And, that is correct. Skrivanik goes down by way of the K for the first time today in this game, and first time for Davis. Second out of the inning, trying to keep the scoring to just the 1 run on the RBI double by Bryce Curry. Walsh Polanco trying to change that. Also, we assume it's Brandon Petrick in the 9 spot, but we've seen that be anyone can have it type role. So we'll see if
not guaranteed
that changes. Yep, I do see Polanco, and I don't really see who is next. I'll say this: the one guy with a helmet doesn't look like Petrick.
With the lefty on the bump, I'd be pretty surprised to see Petrick come into this game as a left-handed hitter, but if they decide to switch over to a righty on the bump, expected to switch.
Reached out in front. Is this going to stay fair? No, it is not. Just a foot from the line. Reached out and put the bat head on it, and good things happen when you do that.
Yeah, and Brandon Walsh has had a pretty good game here. Already 1 for 2, was hit by a pitch, but drove in 2 with his double earlier. He scored a couple of times. Not a guy you can just leave something over the middle to with 2 strikes here.
The 0-2. Walsh held up, and it's low anyway.
Good job holding that swing. I think the hips fired all the way through there. As he looked like he was ready to rear back and let it go, but at the very last moment decided to hold up, and it was a good decision.
Chopper too short. It's never been an automatic play here today, and Neris does make it look easy. So the easy out does strand the runner at second base. 1 run does come across the score. De La Cruz, after a walk, a wild pitch, was driven in by the Bryce Curry double, and back to a 3-run lead, just how we started this game for Goldey-Beacom. Here we go, bottom of the 6th, as we're trying to take the turn home here shortly. But, again, it's been a long ride so far. We appreciate all those who have taken it with us. 14 runs and first pitch swinging mile high. And could be trouble. Doesn't look like anyone has a good beat on it, and Bresniak does. And puts the foot in my mouth.
No, it's still pretty good contact, though, for Trey Mason. I mean, he definitely got under it, but he hit it hard, a mile high in the air.
And we've seen a lot of balls get in the air that kind of look like cans of corn, kind of just find a spot no one's going to be at.
Yeah, absolutely.
And die. And that one kind of looked like it for a second there, but held up just enough for Bresniak to grab it, and Barmer will come up for his 5th plate appearance of the day. 2 walks, a double, and a strikeout.
We're going to have a little pitch clock eye contact warning. No ball or strike given, but umpire letting Gavin Enright know that he's got to make eye contact by 8 seconds left before the pitch clock. That's a Jose Caballero trick if I've ever seen one.
This is with his first pitch.
Of course, Jose Caballero on the Yankees. He just loves doing that. Wait until the 8-second mark to make eye contact and then getting the free ball from the pitcher.
Talk about hit hard. This one smacked over to Skrivanik, and he does make the play. And we are 2/3 away from a 1-2-3 inning, potentially. It should be the first time since God knows when.
First time today.
Yeah, it would be at least for the Lightning offense. And it would be of the entire game if we can hold it down. We've had a couple 4-batter innings. Actually, believe it or not, Goldey-Beacom held Felician to pretty pedestrian numbers through the first time through the order, and then that is when it unraveled.
Even since then, I mean, obviously Felician had the 3-run 7th inning. They've scored 3 in the 5th and 1 in the 6th. They haven't had more than 1 hit in innings since that number, though. So
and they still keep throwing up multiple runs.
It's doing the little things right. Patient approaches at the plate, playing the field the right way, running the bases the right way. You can manufacture runs without needing to get base hits, and we've seen that today.
We've seen teams have more runs than they have hits. It's not super uncommon, but definitely not regular. But not often do you see both teams have more runs than hits, and on one side pretty far away. In the Lightning's case, 4 more runs than base hits. 14-10. Oh, breaking ball at the top of the zone, and a little theatrics from the home plate umpire. And our first 1-2-3 inning comes all the way in the 6th inning, and that is about almost 3 hours since our first pitch. We'll see you for the top of the 7th. So Ernesto Polanco coming again. Season on the line here coming up for both of these two teams. We are in Game 5, which is our second elimination game of the tournament. And Felician finds themselves down by 3, but that's kind of been their comfort zone.
Yeah, no kidding.
The entire weekend. That slapped back foul. Polanco a home run, a walk, and a fly out.
After a relatively quiet first couple of games, Polanco has really broken out here in the third game that Felician has played this tournament, or since arriving in Waterbury, I should say.
Davis still out there throwing his inning and a third. Leach had an inning and 2/3, and Starr basically 60 pitches through 3 innings before he was yanked, and 11 runs given up, 3 earned.
Not something you see every day, that's for sure.
And that's the team with the lead. It's just one of those games. This is a slow roller. This is going to be very, very, very tough, and not even a throw as Polanco beating it up the line.
Have a day. Ernesto Polanco, only 1 base hit since arriving at Municipal Stadium a couple of days ago. He's now got 2 here in this game today, as well as reaching base in extra time via the walk. That time just a hustle single.
Yeah, one went 7 feet, the other went 407 feet.
Yeah.
So it's just been one of those days here at the ball yard, and it is, I believe, going to be Petrick. They're just going to let him go, and at this point, they're probably comfortable him trying to drop down a bunt. And immediately, Coach Riley out of the box, and that hit him out of the box. I think it did get his foot before.
Yeah, no.
And then as he kind of hopped out, then the ball traveled with the ball, and they thought that was the first time they got him. But I think it did hit him in the box on the foot first to deaden the ball.
Yeah, so what Coach is arguing here is that if, as you mentioned, but if Petrick was already kind of moving via Ichiro Suzuki style out of the box, and now he wants a conference with all of the umpires, so if it hits his foot and he's running up the baseline, technically that's actually runner's interference and he's out. But I do think the umpires got it right. Admittedly, not the best view in the world from up here. Again, it's pretty rare you see umpires change their call after a conference like this, but it's not unheard of. We did see a balk get somewhat overruled after basically a no call on the field.
We'll see what they decide here. And yet they're going to keep it as is, foul ball, which, again, I think you mentioned, and I agree. I think that's the right call.
Interesting. Maybe that's the reason for keeping the lefty in against the left-handed pitcher. You just kind of want him to square it down.
And we've seen it's been a bit of a adventure for most of these teams trying to get bunts down. You'd think that the speedy, light-hitting center fielder is probably a guy that has bunt on his skill set.
He's probably the man in center field you trust the most. At least it's been signaled that way, as he's the guy who started in center field the last couple of games.
So trying to keep that defense out there while doing something at the plate. Jumps on that one. He's swinging away, and that'll be foul.
It's just very hard for left-handed batters because there's not that many left-handed pitchers. You don't really see a whole lot of lefty-lefty matchups. As a righty, you're kind of expected to be able to hit against right-handed pitchers. It's not the same case for lefties. So if Petrick can do something here, it'll be really impressive.
Is down 0-2. And does wave and miss in a beautiful strikeout for Davis, just his second. First out of the inning. Again, the outs are going to be becoming scarce here. Kind of have to think of them like currency. You're going to trade runs for outs, and you need 3 runs. You only have now, 8 outs to play with after that out number 1. So you kind of have to start thinking about it like that, We've had so much scoring and so many runs, but at the time it gets to the end, and you're going to have to see what you have at the table.
Just got to try to take it one at-bat at a time. If you're Felician, they've done a tremendous job throughout the tournament of doing just that. But right now, Zach Davis, he's looked pretty good since coming into this game. Had a little blip an inning ago, but off to a decent start here, looking to continue it.
This one's launched lefty into right field. Barmer still going back, and he'll have to play this one on the hop. Does a beautiful job, gets it in, but oversails everybody, and will keep the runners at bay, however. And back with runners in scoring position are the Golden Falcons. Again, they never say die.
Just can't sing the praises of Hayden Walters enough. A man you don't want to take out of the lineup, even with the lefty-lefty matchup, because he can do exactly that. A rocket. Got way out in front of it, but just able to keep it fair. And it was a great piece of hitting from Walters. His third base hit of the day, fourth time reaching base. Has an opportunity to score a second run as well if his teammates can pick him up.
And you got the 2 and 3 hitters, and they've both done really, really well today, and trying to pick him up. Again, a base hit could put the Felician Golden Falcons within one, even tie the game, as the tying run is represented with Jose David Medrano at the plate. This one into the outfield. It's going to be at least one. Barmer readjusts, and here comes the runner from third base. The throw goes into second, and another run for Felician. And they are 2 away from tying as they sit 12-14 still for the Lightning.
Job well done by Jose David Medrano. Said it a couple times today, but remains true. Hey, if you know what you're looking for, swing away at the first pitch. He wanted the ball up in the zone, didn't miss it, drove in a run.
Probably the hottest hitter going right now. If it's not Walters or Fleming, it's this guy here at the plate. And he's going to call time. He just has hit everything hard.
Even when he's not getting on base, he's still hitting the ball hard. Already has one base hit today, and he's been productive without him. Reached on an error, later scored because of an error, got a walk, stole a base. I mean, he's done a little bit of everything as Luis De La Cruz, and certainly the MVP of this Felician team so far, him or Walters, I should say, actually. And see if he can continue it here in the 7th. Big at bat.
Gets that slider again, but Mason does not look phased in the outfield, and that will fall well short of extra bases or a tie ball game. So Felician again chipping away. They score another one. That's how they kept themselves in the ball games of tournaments past. 14-12, and Goldey-Beacom insurance could never hurt. Jamie Naris Jr. will be the man to lead things off here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And again, we're coming to midnight here shortly for one of these two teams. 14-12. It's been a barn burner to say the least. But a 1-2-3 inning for Enright and the Golden Falcons. We'll see if they can replicate that and keep this lead at just 2. And we've seen pretty much everything today, Max.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Hit by pitch.
And Gavin Enright has been the most solid of the Felician pitchers we have seen today, but again, you just kind of wonder when he reaches his limit. That was the 27th pitch thrown by him this afternoon, and as a reliever, they're not really used to going much longer than that.
Yeah. 3 innings was the longest he's gone. That was against Adelphi in February. He went 2 2/3 against Assumption the first day of March, and since then has yet to eclipse 2 innings of work. So already in line of where he kind of maxes out in an inning and a third. So Roman Keith takes ball 1. Talk about hot hitters, this guy.
Yeah, no kidding.
He's had some other impressive days at the plate as well. But so far today, a triple, a double, and a couple of walks.
And even without a base hit in Game 1, still found a way to be productive, now finding the base hits in Game 2 and being uber productive.
Mile in the air. Who's on it? Could be trouble. Could be trouble. No one is there. Then 2 fielders collide.
Ooh.
And Petrick will throw it in as Madrano kind of trips over him, kind of tabletopped each other. And Skrivanik probably had the best idea of the best ability to get to that ball. Had no clue where it was until it was way too late. And it won't be an error, but definitely a mistake for Felician.
No, it goes down as a single and a hard hit one in the scorebook at that, but nevertheless.
When you're hot, you're hot, I guess.
No kidding, right? Like he has it all working right now, does Roman Keith. You know, and had a couple of mistakes in the outfield earlier, but he has more than made up for it with the bat in his hands here in Game 2. And the only thing you can say about that last little pop-up was that maybe you want Jamie Naris to get a better read on it because that could have been extra bases, actually, with how long it hung up there in the air. But at the same time, probably want to play it safe.
Yeah, should have. Again, Skrivanik was the guy that should have got it, but he did not get a good read. I think off the bat he thought that's an outfielder's ball, and then didn't really go out for it until that thing was already kind of on its curve down. In that case, he didn't really have anything to do. Petrick and Madrano gave it their best effort, actually ran into each other after the ball was picked up, and that could have been, even worse. But that puts 2 on, no outs, and again, like we said, insurance never hurts for the Lightning, as we've seen much larger leads dissipate.
Yeah, if the previous 4 games are any kind of sign, this will not stay a 14-12 game for very long. So you got to score here if you're Goldey-Beacom. You want to put as many runs on the board as possible, despite having already put 14 up in this one.
Yeah, when 14 runs might not be enough. You've seen Felician win some of these games. We talked about 4 times over double digits, and they had in this playoff a 17-15 win against Post already. That was not like a week ago. Like, it's pretty recently in their history. So they've been in this game. We haven't seen much of that for Goldey-Beacom. They've played a lot more tame games, have some had games that have gotten out of hand, but nothing quite like this. Other way and falling fast, and Bresniak leaves his feet. A throw from right field.
Ooh.
It was on target and had the oomph behind it, but not in time, and a highlight play in right field by Bresniak.
And not only on the catch, but a pretty good dart over from right field to third base. There was no chance he was going to get the tagging Jamie Naris from second to third, but he made it fairly close. So really nice job by Bresniak out and right. That's quite impressive.
Like 16 runs might be the most, as this is a bunt drop down. This will score a run and an extra one here for the Lightning as a sacrifice for Macy, the guy with 1,000 OPS, Zach Bunton.
Everybody's got a role to play, and in that particular at-bat, it was Macy laying one down. He did it nicely. Picked up an RBI while he was doing it.
But yeah, it was like 17 runs, is the most that Goldey-Beacom has given up in a game so far this year, and that was a 18-17 win against Post, coming home on that Sunday part of the triple header in conference. That was the day after putting up 15 here against the Eagles.
Something about Municipal Stadium and some of these teams.
The most runs Felician give up this year is 30. They got thumped by Chestnut Hill. I think that game was 30-6, if I remember when I scrolled past it. They threw up 21 against the Delphi, so they can put up a bunch of these runs.
These are football scores over here. I mean, 3 touchdowns in a baseball game.
Yeah, this is 30-7 against Chestnut Hill. That is just your average Big Ten October matchup. And there's another strike on Williams. But they've had big offensive outputs. And that catches the zone, and they will strut off the mound with the strikeout. Do give up the run, hit by pitch, single, line out, sacrifice, bunt, and then the strikeout to end things. Another run, and back to 3-run cushion for Goldey-Beacom. Just a couple more times up to bat as we are drawing near to crowning your semifinal champion and getting to tomorrow. We will see you in just a moment. Rocco Bresniak, one of the top all-name team. Remember, we still have to figure that out.
True.
All-name team here. But Rocco having a decent day. He saw a nice little play, and a cannon showed off in right field. Does have an RBI, but also has ground into an inning-ending double play and 2 other putouts besides that. So walking 0 for 3 with an RBI and 6 more outs for 3 runs.
Zach Davis still out there for Goldey-Beacom. He's pitched pretty well so far today. 2 1/3. He's given up 2 earned, just trying to keep the score where it's at. Did go 6 innings in an outing earlier this year, so we're not really nearing the most he's thrown, but still pitch count getting up there. This will be number 40.
Down the pipe and no swing on the 2-0. Turns it quickly into 2-1. Wilmington waiting for a rematch for either of these teams. Wilmington in their only game so far. The first game of the tournament was a win against Felician, and their second game of the tournament, game today, was a win against Goldey-Beacom. Goldey-Beacom working on their second straight game. Felician at least got to sleep in a little bit.
If you can call it that. I mean, their game didn't end last night till roughly midnight.
Yeah, 11:30. I didn't get home until about midnight. I'm only about 10-15 minutes from the field.
Yeah. 1 o'clock night for me.
Yeah,
it happens.
A little bit farther away. Ooh, that's a big breaker.
Wow.
And no sir, says Blue.
I mean, could have gone either way with the call. It doesn't really matter. It was a great pitch and a great take for Bresniak. Those are two really good players going at it.
Well, that's in there for strike 3, as they do get the backwards K eventually. If you thought it should have been on the pitch previous, well, you got it here. And that is another strikeout here for Davis. He's starting to rack him up a little bit, 3.
Yeah, absolutely. More than a strikeout an inning right now. And just great pitch sequencing. Thought he should have gotten the call strike 3 on the breaking ball on the outside corner, so he followed it up with a fastball right at the knees. Really nothing you could do if you're Bresniak there.
Big curveball that stays high.
Bryce Curry starting to feel himself at the plate. 2 hits today.
Confident. Knew exactly that was going to be a ball. Newport News, Virginia, if not mistaken, the hometown of Allen Iverson.
Huh.
Believe Virginia actually low key does have a lot of talent come out from there. Michael Vick from that area, Allen Iverson. Even the music industry, you have the Neptunes. They have what they're called, Pusha T and Malice, the Clips from Virginia.
You are the only person who might say the Neptunes and Pusha T in the same sentence there.
Neptunes, comma, Pusha T. Yeah, Missy Elliott from over there. A lot of real Timberlands from Virginia. A lot of people forget Virginia really has a nice little
represent.
Yep, shout out.
Not to mention a cool town name, Newport News.
Yeah. Sophomore from Virginia. It's mostly a starter, but has come in and given some length when the Lightning needing it the most. About 1,000 feet in the air, won't exactly travel 1,000 feet forward, and it's Keith, who has had some tumultuous times over there, puts it away for what will now be 4 outs remaining for the Felician offense, as this train is starting to slow down a bit.
How big would this be for Goldey-Beacom if Zach Davis can finish off a 1-2-3 inning here? We've only seen 1 total in this game between the 2 teams combined. So if Zach Davis can get his second, Goldey-Beacom will have a lot of momentum heading back up to the plate.
This one a lot harder, a lot farther. This one keeps traveling, and Barmer lost it. It's going to die down at the track. A triple on its way from Skrivanik, and with 2 outs, this one gets away, but backing up is Davis. And almost another costly error, but it's a triple evaded by the Sun.
Second triple of the day for Felician, and the third one of this game in general. Really just a fun ball game, offensive-minded. It's another aggressive approach for the Falcons paying off. First pitch swinging, first pitch going oppo taco for Skrivanik, and a solid 3-bagger to try to inch a little closer.
Almost 4 triples, as Barmer earlier in the game tried to stretch a double into 3 and got cut going to third base, and pretty handedly. But keeps the pressure on. Again, we said the clock is closing in on midnight, but the Cinderella of this championship tournament is still hanging around. Walsh has put together a couple of timely hits, couple runs driven into the third. Good love for another RBI here. Playing them as straight up as you can get everywhere. Up and outside is the strike call.
Really good pitch that time from Davis, though. In a 2-0 count, you want to throw the fastball, but you need to locate it well. It was a borderline pitch. Got the benefit of the call, and right back in this battle here.
Special delivery as the rosin bag is handed out to Davis. Davis trying to get out of this inning unscathed. Goes back to that spot, but a little bit too high that time. 3-1 your count with the runner at third base. It's down the pipe. Now one strike away from getting out of it.
Doesn't feel like it needs to be right here, right now for Felician, but I'll tell you what, if you're Goldey-Beacom, you don't want to face Ernesto Polanco, who has had a really good game on deck. So you want to get this out.
That's in there. Strike three. Bends around the batter and catches the inside corner. Strands the runner. That's a big pitch, the biggest pitch that Davis has delivered today. Keeps the lead at 3, and now towards what could be their final time at bat, Goldey-Beacom trying to add on and secure their trip to tomorrow. So Current, who already has a ding-dong in this one, will lead us off in the 8th inning. Home run in the 5th, RBI, a solo shot, and a couple strikeouts, though, other than that.
And for Joey Current, might not be the best tournament batting average-wise, but clutch hitting-wise, it's been a really good tournament for him. Looking to maybe continue that, get a couple of insurance runs for Goldey-Beacom as, man, no lead is safe.
Still Enright. In the postseason, you need to kind of get long innings and good performances from your bullpen. And Enright, if he gets an out here, would have the most innings worked as the first one is sauced in the left field.
Another really good piece of hitting from Joey Current, protecting with 2 strikes, just a touch out in front of that breaking ball, but kept it fair enough to find a hole through the left side. And just like that, another runner aboard for the Lightning.
7 extra base hits for Felician, 6 extra base hits for Goldey-Beacom. Each team has left 7 on base in a 15-12 game. On the ground, the sacrifice. So they're going to go to second base, and he's going to bounce it. Error on Walters. He's been so impressive with the bat, but now his second error in the field in this game alone. And I think it's 4 now total for Felician.
Just a wacky game of baseball. 7 combined errors between these two teams. Gotta do my math here. 27 runs. If I'm not mistaken, it's 23 hits as well. So just some absurd numbers in this game. And the latest, the error on Hayden Walters.
And again, we were due for a game like this. Again, kind of getting to the end of a lot of these teams' rope. That one is well high and now kind of takes that sacrifice away for Barmers. It's Enright who does the damage for him. The wild pitch well high is... He, as the first batter of the game, they came out and checked on him. He shook him off, and everyone was thinking maybe something was up. And he's looked fine since then. Maybe starting to fatigue a little bit more due to something that might be bothering him that he's trying to push through.
Yeah, if you're Gavin Enright, you know you're going into what could be your longest outing of the year, and what is the most important outing of the year. Now it looks like third base coach wants to have some words. I thought it was going to be with home plate umpire. No, it's with Caden Barmer, his hitter.
Barmer, strikeout, double, walk, ground. No, not exactly in that order, but those are his ingredients for his day.
Yeah, and, 1 for 3 day, 1 base hit, but 2 runs scored, 3 RBIs, 2 walks. A really, really productive day for yesterday's walk-off hero for Goldey-Beacom.
Not often are you in a position to win a game when you give up 8 unearned runs.
Oh.
Well, that's where the Lightning stand right now. And they are just going to let him take first base, intentional walk in a 1-1 count, and load the bases up and force the out anywhere. But also brings up Bobby Stewart, who he's been hitting the ball in the screws. He does have a couple of strikeouts, 3 strikeouts to be exact, but big double in the 5th.
If you look at the whole of this tournament, it's really just pick your poison. Would you rather go up against Barmer or Stewart? I don't know which one I would decide, to be honest with you. I guess maybe because of the lefty-righty, it would be Stewart, but that's it.
Swung over the top. He does have 3 Ks today, so maybe a little vulnerable. Again, had a double in this one. Missed a home run by maybe 2 or 3 feet up the wall. I believe that was earlier this game, I believe, or earlier today. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. Bases are loaded, and infield is a good 2 steps into the grass.
Yeah, force that at home, and then they're going to try to turn 2 on the play no matter what. That's, of course, if they can make the play cleanly, which has been far from a guarantee for either side today.
In the air, this is high, this is deep. Stewart already has a grand slam in this tournament and missed the second one by about 4 feet. Coming all the way across, trying to score from first or second. That's Mason, who had to wait for that pitch to drop. And it is 2 RBI for the very long single due to the runners having to hold up for Stewart.
We've seen that a couple of times now with Bobby Stewart, where he just hits it not only a mile far, but a mile high as well. And the runners just unsure if it's going to be caught. All 3 of them were waiting on their bag to see if they needed to tag up. Ended up going over his head. And as we talked about, the ever so important insurance runs here in the 9th for Goldey-Beacom.
You're going to ask Naris to try to drop this one down. He's going to slash it and chop it, and this could actually work out in their favor. The only place is first base, and even that was close. Skrivanik had to make the throw immediately and does. But it does move the runners up.
It's a really good-looking play by Skrivanik at shortstop. You were saying, and a good call. Not an easy play by any means. Had a charge-on throw across his body, and he made it look rather easy.
Pitch one is high to Roman Keith, and definitely don't want to face this guy. I think this is the guy I'd put on. And he proves me right there through the left side, and the Lightning will add on. They will hold the runner at third base till Medrano loses it. It's going to be an error on him, and it will allow the run to score. Single and an error. One run comes in via the RBI. The second one comes in due to the poor defense, and approaching 20 runs are the Lightning.
Really good inning put together here by Goldey-Beacom, just trying to put the nail in the coffin on Felician. It looks like this might be the end of Gavin Enright's night, who was having such a great outing up until this inning and definitely ran into some trouble here.
And that will be it. We'll let you know who's coming in just a second. It might be a familiar face. We'll see you in just a moment. Brandon Lynn, number 36, will enter in, and Max is about to tell us about the righty.
Yeah, some startling good numbers for Brandon Lynn this year. 6'2" out of New Hyde Park, New York. His 12th appearance of the season and a 1.26 ERA. He's 1-0 with a 1.67 WHIP, 11 walks to 11 strikeouts this season, and 14 1/3 innings of work.
He comes in to a 7-run ball game now, 19-12. His team is down. A runner on second base as Goldey-Beacom trying to push across the 20th run of their day and the 32nd run total in this game. And we still have a whole another inning, at least half inning to play. And we've seen Felician score a bunch in the 9th already in this tournament. Swing and a miss is over the top of it. Is Smethers. He's basically just been producing runs like a maniac.
Yep.
3 different plate appearances have produced an RBI. He scored twice himself. He did line out in the 7th. That was a pretty nice play by Bresniak.
He's hit the ball hard every time he's come up to the plate. And he's done what he's been asked every time he's come up to the plate. Taking a look at some of the numbers on Brandon Lynn this year, he's only given up 1 run in his last 6 appearances on the mound, so he's feeling himself right now. Won't give you a whole lot of length. His longest outing is only 2 innings this season, but kind of that true reliever role. Really need to put a stop to the bleeding here.
And walks him on 6 pitches. First man reaches against Lynn, who had, again, 11 walks in 14 innings. It's kind of going to be the reason why you're not a starter is because you can't really find the zone consistently at this level, and separates the starters from the relievers. And 11 walks, 11 strikeouts, and 14 and a third.
Probably the hardest thing to do as a pitcher, and the most overlooked thing to do as a pitcher, especially as a young pitcher. They make it look so easy in Major League Baseball. It's not the easiest thing to throw a baseball for a strike 60 feet away.
Trust me, I've tried. I know. At one time, Babe Ruth threw a 5-inning no-hitter with 2 runs because I had 8 walks and 13 wild pitches. Filling up the zone. It's why it's like I said, such a valuable skill to have, and not anything that's not like MLB The Show. You just press the button. It's pretty much around there. It's a lot harder than that. And those who can, at a very consistent level, are the ones who are really, really good.
And I'll tell you, this isn't specific to Division II or Division III or anything like that. I've been lucky enough to work in the independent leagues, and it's the same thing over there, man. People struggle with control. Really, up until you get to the major league level, you will see a lot more walks and a lot more control issues than you're used to.
And that's even more exaggerated than the guys in the major league levels that do have control issues.
Yeah, they're still there.
I think a lot of the time teams are so heavy into traits and what can you do? You have a big lefty that throws gas. I want that guy. If you can't throw a strike, you have to try to kind of beat that into him that he has to throw strikes, and that's where your value is going to be. No one can hit your stuff, even if you throw it for a strike. 3-2, the count, 1 out. Sky high center field. This could produce a run. Petrick is coming in now. Lines it up pretty well for a good throw. He's going to come in towards third base in the 20th. Lightning run crosses as Roman Keith hits home plate.
Yeah, once again, just a good job of doing your job for Goldey-Beacom. And that time, Jake Macy worked the count full, kept on hunting that pitch up in the zone, and finally got one he could make good contact with. The drive in, the run total to number 2-0. And this is exactly what Goldey-Beacom needed entering this inning. It was only a 3-run game. Lead didn't really feel safe. Now it feels much better heading into the 9th.
Is 8 runs enough? It's just going to be the question for a team that's already thrown up 12. I think most of us say it will be, but until we hit that final out, we can't be so sure, especially with Felician, how comeback happy they've been in the dirt, and they're just going to play the gentleman's game and not move up.
Yeah, a little surprised to see that in the postseason. Yeah. Now, these are conference foes. You usually don't see any type of mercy there, and up 8. Still don't think this game is over by any means. So surprised to not see the runner try to move up from second base, and Zach Smethers there.
This one in the infield hasn't been automatic today. Let's Kravanik, who's been probably one of the better shortstop defenders we've seen the whole tournament. Has been looking a little different today, but he does make the catch. Final ups potentially for the Golden Falcons. Is this where their luck runs dry, or do they have some more miracles up their sleeve? We'll have to find out in just a moment.
Let's do it.
So the man up is Tommy Federici, and kind of looking at the stats, Max, you'll tell us about it. A little bit streaky. We don't know what we're going to get. Could be pretty good and could be a little turbulent.
Yeah, that's the exact word I would use for him. 10th appearance of the season, an 8.56 ERA. He's a senior right-hander at 6'1", 200 pounds out of Sawyersville, Pennsylvania. 13 2/3 innings of work. Hey, he's got good strikeout stuff, 20 strikeouts over that span, but the issue is that he's got 13 walks and 5 hit by pitches in that same span. Last time out, only won a third of an inning a little over 2 weeks ago here at Municipal against Post. And as you were saying, Cody, it really feels like for Federici, he's either going to go multiple innings of close to perfect ball, or he's going to kind of go less than an inning and give up multiple runs. So you know what Goldey-Beacom is hoping for here, trying to close out this game. See if he can do it.
Let's see if he can do it. He does have the bottom part of the lineup. The only part is that's where Ernesto Polanco was placed today, and he has been on one. Home run, walk, single in his last 3 plate appearances, had a fly out, a deep fly out in the second. So everything has looked good for him at the plate today. It's high, and Federici will be in a 1-1 count against Polanco. Right back up towards us here in the booth.
Ernesto Polanco with a true breakout game here today. He's been productive in the previous games, but hasn't seen the base hit total like he has in this one. A home run, a single, a couple RBIs, a couple runs scored.
One of these teams looking for a date with Wilmington. This is falling fast and is going to fall in front of Mason. Actually, a real nice play. Almost overran it, reached the bare hand out, and snagged it. But it will stay as a single in a 3-hit performance for Ernesto Polanco.
That is a really nice play by Trey Mason in center field. I was already looking down, writing 2 base in my scorebook, because Ernesto Polanco's also got some good speed, so I figured he was going to hustle that into a double the entire way, but no. As you said, Trey Mason doing a great job with the bare hand, cutting it off and holding them to a single.
And as we've seen late in games here, when they need some offense, it's Nasir Sanchez, the biology major from Homestead, Florida, 318 hitter, and is trying to keep the line moving. The only way you get to 8 runs in an inning is scoring that first one. So, again, we're going to give a round of applause here to Zach Davis, who came in, only gave up 2 runs over 3 1/3, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts. He was very valuable for the Lightning here out of the bullpen.
And no kidding, you needed a stopper. And Tyler Leach did pretty well as well, all of his runs unearned, but it was really Zach Davis, in my opinion, who had the best performance of all the Goldey-Beacom pitchers today.
Ooh, swing and a miss. Sanchez trying to chip 2 runs off the board with 1 swing.
Certainly has the ability to do it. 13 extra base hits this year, 4 of them for homers.
Blanco very close to first base, barely taking a lead. Doesn't want to. That's one actually going to behind Sanchez. Polanco is going to race up. I'm about to say he's pretty close to first base. Doesn't want to get picked off or at all put anything up to chance. But the very wild pitch by Federici. And again, you can get 1 of 2 guys, kind of a Jekyll and Hyde type pitcher. Well outside, and a good battle brewing, and this count has run full.
I'll tell you what, you don't want to make it interesting.
No.
If you're Federici out on the mound, you have to try to get the 9-hole hitter out here because it gets a whole lot harder with the top of the order due up on deck.
This is absolutely crushed right field, but it is going to hang up just enough and kind of die out there. Polanco will move up. They're not really too worried about him. They are way more interested in that out, and they get it. Off the bat, looked real good, but again, it's kind of been dying out there at certain points in all parts of the ballpark.
Yeah, it's just the funny way that Municipal plays here in Waterbury. And Cody, you saw me. I mean, I raised my hands thinking that was gone off the bat. It was rocketed off the bat in Essier Sanchez. He's also got so much natural power and a long swing that I tend to fall victim to that mentality of every swing is a home run, but still put a good piece of metal on it that time, and just unfortunate it hung up there long enough.
A big grinded-out game, and each of these teams have put up some very crooked numbers. 32 total runs on the board, 20 of which belong to Goldey-Beacom. It's been ugly in the field. A combined 8 errors, and now just 1 out away. It will be an RBI and bring this within 7. But it's Medrano, De La Cruz, Bresniak, and the rest that have to go in order to keep the line moving, to keep their season alive.
And if Felician, which is almost certain at this point, doesn't find a way to make up the 7-run deficit, it'd be no fault of Hayden Walters today. Had 3 base hits and 2 RBIs on his ledger. Actually, 3 RBIs with that last one.
Mm-hmm.
Jose David Medrano as well at the plate. Another player who's just having a really good game for Felician.
A 1 count. Again, just need the 1 out to officially stamp their ticket to Saturday. And now just 1 strike away. Goldey-Beacom also searching for their first CACC championship. Been around since 2017. Coach Tom Riley and his almost 240 wins. Been a mainstay here with the Lightning. His staff put together in some incredible teams over the past 5+ years. Been nationally ranked in 3 of those seasons. Have made the NCAA tournaments to 4 out of the last 5 years. Been in this championship tournament 6 straight years. Looking to keep all those balls rolling.
I would say David Medrano isn't making it easy, though, is he?
No.
Long at bat here from the 2-hole hitter, trying to just keep this game alive by any means necessary.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. What could be the final at bat of the day. Just misses. About a 48-foot pitch. Felician trying to keep it alive. Have battled all season. To third, Williams over to Macy at first. Book closed on Felician in this tournament, and it's Goldey-Beacom who put themselves in a precarious spot today, have battled through it, and will have a rematch with Wilmington. The Battle of Delaware coming up for the CACC championship this weekend.
What a fun game. What a wacky game of baseball. Just overall in this one, we see 33 combined runs between the two teams, 26 hits, 8 errors. Just some unbelievable baseball, postseason baseball, elimination game baseball. And right now, getting the handshake line going for Goldey-Beacom. Actually, a couple of coaches for Goldey-Beacom and for Felician meeting up right behind home plate, but ultimately couldn't be more excited for the crosstown rivalry and the rematch of today's game and the championship tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 4 pitchers used. All of them went at least an inning, and most of them an inning plus. 3 innings from Starr, 3 1/3 from Davis, who kind of is going to get your MVP of the pitchers here today. Leach went an inning and a third, and Federici gave up 1, but closed the door here in the 9th inning. 33 combined runs, 20 of which Goldey-Beacom scored, and we're not done yet. We will have player interviews here in just a moment. And Max, again, anything else for you today before we wrap things up here shortly?
Not much. That was a lot of baseball, a lot of really fun baseball, a lot of really great offense, and I think we're getting 2 really good teams in the championship tomorrow. Felician, man, put up a fight for as long as they could throughout this tournament with multiple comeback bids, but ultimately just came up a little bit short, a little bit late, and it's Goldey-Beacom and Wilmington tomorrow.
Yeah, real nice job that they stayed and shook hands with everybody. That's really classy. Also, season's probably not done. There's a chance, but they're pretty well set up to, even after the showing here today, to still move on and play in the NCAAs. But we will talk about that probably tomorrow, as we will wrap things up here with our player interview. Don't go anywhere, folks. Give me a minute or two, and we'll see you down on the field, and we'll wrap things up there. Cody Schalfley here with Zach Smethers. And, Zach, a great team win. This was a grinded-out game. It was anyone's game at any point today. Even when you guys were up big late, it still was anyone's game. How fun is it to be a part of a game like that?
Super fun. This team's just super gritty, and everyone plays for each other, and it just makes it easy.
Yeah, you at the plate, you produce runs all game today, early in the game, later in the game. How locked in have you felt at the plate as this tournament has rolled on?
Something different about the tournament. I've just been seeing the ball a lot better. I think what's at stake, we want to win a CACC tournament, and I think the whole team's just been super locked in.
You guys have a date with Wilmington. You guys lost to them today, but it's been a battle between you guys. You guys are only about 20 minutes away in Delaware. How special is it to have them on the other side here coming into tomorrow?
There's no one we'd rather play. We want them, and it's pretty obvious.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. Great job, and we'll see you tomorrow, all right? All right, here with Roman Keith. Roman, this second game, you just could not get out if you tried. I mean, how fun is it to be that locked in at the plate and you know that anything that's coming over your way, you're going to put some good wood on it?
It felt good. I was kind of locked in the whole time. The first game as well, I just wasn't getting what I wanted, and then this game I finally got what I wanted.
And you guys have a date with Wilmington tomorrow. You guys, it's a big rivalry between you two, and you have them for the championship game. You need 2 against them tomorrow. How fun is that going to be as you guys grind it out?
It's going to be real fun. We know a lot of those players. Really good team, but I feel like we can really, really pull this out. We just got to play hard.
Well, you guys put on a real good show today. If you put up 21 runs tomorrow, I think it's going to be a good day for you guys. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for your time. Good luck tomorrow, all right?
Thank you.
All right, we did get word 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will see you here as we try to beat the rain before the Saturday shower. It's been so fun already. Both days have been well worth the wait, and we cannot wait to see what Saturday has in store. Cody Schalfley here for Max Stapleton, everyone here at Post Athletics who have helped us out today and all weekend. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. Don't go anywhere. Champion crowned tomorrow.